Hello, everybody. Sorry for a little bit of a late start. Paco did not want me getting out of my bed. Let's see. Let me just finish getting set up here. Alright, hopefully audio works this time. It sounds like it is, so that is always good. So last time we played Ace Attorney, we were discovering Ace Attorney courtroom versus real life courtroom and procedures. Let's get back into that. Oh, this case is about samurais? Robot samurais? Well, we're learning a lot right now. The Dark Messenger returns. Now let's see. October 14th, 5:31 p.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices. Ah, almost my birthday. That rocketed. See you in hell, evil magistrate. Whoa, stop waving that broom around. Oh, Nick, I didn't know you were here. I still don't know if that's actually our name. Of course I'm here. What was that surreal show you were watching? What, Nick? You mean you don't know the Steel Samurai? Oh, there's a whole poster. He's the only most popular TV hero for young people. I guess I'm an old person. Young? Like, how young? Yeah, right, Phoenix? Like, is she trying to date us right now? 10 years old? Oof. Then what the heck are you doing getting all excited? Hey, I'm only 17. Oh, that's right. She's really young. Her sister was 10 years older than her, which means we're probably around that age. That's 17. See, I'm a teen, not like you, Nick. Hey, don't talk to me like I'm your grandpa or something. I'm only 24 myself. Then watch it with me. He's really cool and it's really popular. When they asked grade school kids what they wanted to be, Steel Samurai was #1. I really worry about kids. Wrong voice. I really worry about kids these days. Wow, Gramps. Well, the Steel Samurai is over. I guess it's time to close up the... What? What? That's not how this works. Just because the show's over. Oh, it's been a month. Wow. Mia's murder was the talk of the town for some time. But no one paid any attention to the Wright & Co. Law Office. Oof. I know, it's hard starting out, Phoenix. Oof. Oof. I understand, Phoenix. Paying rent, all of this is real rough. It'll be okay. I'm sure some big client is just around the corner. I don't think one client's going to pay our rent for the whole month. And if it does, like, how much are we charging here? You want to know? I can't say anything. I definitely had one client pay most of my rent. What? They skipped over my birthday. I was really looking forward to the 15th. Hello, this is Phoenix. Nick! Maya, what? It's still early. It's the Steel Samurai. The Steel Samurai got arrested. Oh, is this a live action? Yes, they're saying that the Steel Samurai killed a villain. I mean, isn't that the show? I agree, Phoenix. Oh, Popo, my little puppy wants to come join us. Oh, I got you. Come here, Paquito. Pacarito. No, I mean, he actually did it in real life. He skewered, wow, with his samurai spear. Did samurai use spear? I'm sure they used a lot of different weapons, but I'm curious now. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. I agree, Phoenix. Wasn't it like 2 a.m., 3 a.m.? Yeah, now it's 9:22 a.m. Now for the morning news. The actor Will Powers was arrested yesterday. Power plays the lead role in the popular kids show The Steel Samurai, Warrior of Neo-Old Tokyo. He was arrested on suspicion of murder. The victim was Jack Hammer, who plays... What are these names? Villain known as the Evil Magistrate. His body was found still inside the Evil Magistrate's costume. The samurai spear was also found stuck through the body. Police believe this was the murder weapon and are investigating further. This has to be a joke. I agree, Phoenix. It's like the Alec Baldwin thing recently, I think? No, no, no! It's a nightmare! The Steel Samurai is over! The world is over! No, yeah, she still has the same cell phone. Yes, right in COLA offices. At first, I thought her voice would be like a little less energetic, but I'm starting to get more of an energetic vibe from her. Nick, it's the Steel Samurai. What? Yes, yes, of course. We'll be right there. Let's go, Nick. Go where? They have the Steel Samurai down in detention. So what? So I've decided this will be our first case. Yeah, she's definitely like a stubborn child. What should we do? How can you just sit there like that? We have to get down to the detention center and meet the Steel Samurai. I think she just wants to sightsee. We just don't have enough information. Yeah, I agree, Phoenix. This is our office. There's no reason to examine. Hello, Cowdrumi. Right? I can actually speak today. I have figured out how this volume works. October 16th, Detention Center, Visitor's Room. Oh, what is this man? Is this the man that's in that costume? What's wrong, Maya? It's him in the real flesh. Is that guy really him? What do you mean, that guy? Of course it's him. With these names. Will Powers, our client, that's him. What is this? Kind of looks like Wolverine. Maybe I shouldn't be saying this, but he definitely did it. Murder, at least once, maybe twice. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What are you saying? But this poor guy... Yes? Oh, this is this guy's voice. I'm not sure what his voice is gonna be. Something wrong? No. I agree, Phoenix. Does he have a little... What was that just now? He had a little handkerchief of some sort? I know. You're disappointed, aren't you? Disappointed? Oh, no. No, it's okay. This is the real me. When I got the part of the Steel Samurai with that mask, I said I would never show my face in public until the job was over. It's the kids, you know? I didn't want to wreck their dreams. Oh. I mean, that makes sense. I guess it didn't matter. This poor guy. So much for dreams. Oh no. Oh, this man is a giant crybaby. Nick. What? He's a good guy. I mean, he's good. You were just saying he's a murderer. He didn't do it. Yeah, this woman. Let's talk to him a little bit. Let's talk about what the Steel Samurai. Maybe you could explain to to me just what the Steel Samurai is. Me too. What? How could we say such a thing? We don't watch the show. We don't know. I'm sorry, sir. I apologize for my part. Wow. He's new to this and a bit out of time. Wow, he's calling us old. Hey, who's new to this? I agree. No, it's alright, really. The Steel Samurai is the lead character in a popular kid show. He walks the streets of Neo-Old Tokyo, fighting battle after battle against the evil magistrate and his minions. Of course, he never really defeats the evil magistrate. Although, I guess he did defeat him this time. Wah! This guy has definitely, like, big bear energy. What happened? Maybe you could start by telling us what happened. Yes, of course. It seems like it was only yesterday. Actually, it was only yesterday. The cast had come down to Global Studios for a run-through. We went through a few action sequences at 10 that morning. There was a rehearsal scheduled for 5 in the afternoon, but then 5 came around and the staff gathered at the studio. The evil magistrate was found lying in a crumbled heap near the set. Oh, is this what he looks like? He looks like he saw a ghost. I mean, these names, Jackhammer. Oh, that's right. He was skewered. I forgot about that with the samurai spear. Yes, it's a long spear that the Steel Samurai uses as a weapon. Powers out. Oh yeah, that's right. His name is Powers, right? Now, where were you on the day of the murder? Well, that morning I came to the studio at 9. We worked through some action scenes until... What's this face? Until noon. Rehearsal was to begin at 5, but I was a little tired. Fair enough. So after lunch, I took a nap in my dressing room. I still don't know what voice to make for this guy. When I woke up, it was after 5. I was late for the rehearsal. Oh, like me today. I hurried to the studio and found everyone looking shocked. They arrested me on the spot and brought me here. Wow, did they, like, have any evidence against you? Phoenix, that's cruel. Adults get tired. What will the kids think? I think I should probably check out the scene. I agree. Global Studios. I'll draw you a map. She definitely asked for an autograph. There's nothing to examine here, so let's move to the studio main gate. Yeah, who knows if they're even going to let us in. Still mad they skipped over my birthday. October 16th. Technically the murder happened October 15th. Fair enough. October 16th, Global Studios, main gate. Wow, so this is where they make the Steel Samurai show. Awesome, aren't you excited? Oh, God, this is a woman. They named her Old Bag. Hey, you there. You want in? You gotta go through me. Oh, sorry. We're, lawyers. You're a spirit medium. Oh, yeah? Well, that's great. I'm security. And it's my job to make sure the gawkers like you stay out. Gawkers? Gawkers, sightseers, tourists. I know the type. You heard about the incident and came snooping around. Youths today. Something horrible Oh, I missed. Oh, she's going so fast. Did I push a skip button? Oh, no. I made a mistake. Close what are the use come... Nick? Yeah, either she was going real fast or accidentally skipped a skip button of some sort. Will I grow up to be like her? Please say no. I don't know, it's possible. Wow, Nick, you don't even care. Hey, listen where you're being spoken to, youth, today. So, what do you do here at the studio? At Global Studios, we make children's dreams come true. In fact, in my younger days... No, you were a star? Only a little twinkle between the stars here, I'm afraid, dearie. Wow. This place has really gone downhill, you know. But 10 years ago, now that was a studio of dreams. Hammer was a big star back then, too. He was. Hammer? The victim, dummy. The evil magistrate. He's been reduced to playing villains now. Not exactly the best material to work with. Can you tell me about Mr. Will Powers? He's not a bad kid, but don't be fooled by his mask. You wouldn't want him on the silver screen without it, believe me. Little old ladies watching would lose their lunch. That's probably why he thought that the Steel Samurai was his big chance. No one thought he was capable of doing what he did to poor Jackhammer. These names. We don't know for certain that Will Powers is guilty. Powers? Of course he's guilty. How do I know? I know everything. That's my job. What kind of person was Jackhammer? What kind of person? Oh, if only you knew. Jackhammer will live on in many hearts as the ultimate action hero. Actually, that's a good face. He was simply dashing in the Dynamite Samurai series. Yeah, right? Should I have heard of that? But there was an incident during filming 5 years ago. He got an unlucky break after that. Reduced to playing the villain on a children's program. What's more, I heard they were paying him peanuts. It's enough to make you cry. Why are you so certain Mr. Powers is the killer? I was standing right here yesterday. It was here from 1 in the afternoon to 5 when they found the body. Now that studio where the murder took place is to the left here. So if you want to go to the studio, you have to pass by me. Only one person went by here between 1 and 2:30 when the murder took place. And that person was Mr. Powers. Yes, I saw him. But Mr. Powers says he was sleeping in his dressing room. Oh, I'm sure he would say that. He's not fool. What if somebody was wearing his costume? But he was the only one that walked by. He's the killer. You can bet your biscuits on it. Isn't it about time for you to be heading home? There's nothing to see here. Move along. Actually, we're here at Mr. Powers' request. I thought you were suspicious looking. Show me a letter of requests, and maybe I'll just let you in. This lady here thinks she owns this place, obviously. Wrong word. Alright, well, she's not going to let us through until we go back to get a letter from him. Hello, how was the studio? They all think I did, don't they? No, not at all. Isn't that right, Nick? Right, not at all. At worst, you're a suspect. This guy's a crybaby. Let's check his alibi first. Mr. Powers, you aren't hiding anything from me, are you? What? No, I'd never do that. Well, you said that you were sleeping in your dressing room after lunch. Yes, like a baby. But the security lady says she saw you the other day. She says she saw you heading towards the scene of the crime. Well, what? That's not possible. I wonder if we're ever going to get a client that's guilty. Mr. Powers, if you want me to help you, you have to tell me the truth. I'm new to this lawyer business and I need every advantage I can get. I know, I'm sorry. But I swear to you, on my mama's grave, I was sleeping. Maybe the security lady only thought she saw me? I think the security lady probably saw somebody in that costume. I'm about the security guard at the main gate to the studio. Oh, the security lady? She's terrible. She called me suspicious looking. Boy, it's hard when you're in the southern drawl to get out. Yes, actually, she said the same thing to me before. Take off that mask, were her words, I believe. She sucks up to all the bigwigs at the studio. But let her see you stumble once and she'll never let up on you. She's got some nerve. Do you think you could write up a letter formally requesting my representation? Of course. He's very nervous for, like, a action star. Me too, my guy. Me too. Can you let me through? Alright, Paquito, you need to get down now. Put my little hop down. Oh wow, she mad. Well, I got the thing. So let me in. Ma'am, have a look at this. It's a letter of request from Mr. Powers. Yes, yes, I recognize the bold, childish scrawl. To think he would entrust his face to youth of such unreliable appearance. Really? Really? Anyway, you may pass. But only left from here, towards the studio. No going to the right, that's the employee area. No one allowed inside, pal, were my instructions. The good detective told me him... Oh, the detective's here. Hey, Nick? Huh? There are maps in the security guard station. Oh, so at least we got a map. So this is the main gate. Those are 50 cents a piece, thank you. Oh, I cannot get this voice all of a sudden. Well, time to go, Nick. 50 cents. Alright, so let's go outside Studio 1. Oh, the head's gone. October 16th, Studio 1 entrance. Oh, there's a camera. Hey, aren't you that murderer from the other day? Ah, it's that confused detective. Hey, pal, you know Prosecutor Edgeworth is all upset and it's all your fault? I saw him sipping tea and staring gloomily out the window. $3.50. $3.50. Hey, if he's depressed, it's all your fault for doing sloppy detective work. Oof. Oh, Gumshoe's trying his best. Detective? You were mean to him, Maya. That's your fault. Yeah, I think you did hurt his feelings. Oh no, I'm sorry. Well, I think he's feelings are easily hurt. Oof. You're right, pal. It's all my fault. I can blame other people all I want, but I know the truth in my heart. Hey, don't take it so hard. There's always the next case. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Hey, what exactly are you two doing here? Well, we're on this case too, pal. Huh? Hey, you can't just go around saying pal like that. That's my endearing character trait. I'd say he's a character, all right. I agree, Maya. Talk about the security lady. About the security lady. Oh, that sweet old lady. What a charmer. Oh, well, he's a bigwig, so she's probably sucking up to him. Are we talking about the same person? When I showed her my badge, she gave me a donut and some coffee. Of course she did, for you. Remember what Powers said? She's a sucker for Exactly, I said the same thing, Maya. She even gave me a piece of valuable evidence. It's probably the walking back and forth. He's not going to tell us. What kind of evidence? Well, that, photo. The photo of the Steel Samurai Yeah, this is what I thought. The photo heading towards the scene of the crime. But it's probably him in costume, so it might not even be him. See the camera up on that gate, pal? The gate? You mean the one with the welcome sign? Yeah, whenever someone walks by, that camera automatically snaps a photo of them. Oh no! evidence. We're finished. No, Maya, don't give up. Let's see, investigation. So how's your investigation going, detective? Well, it's hey... Oh, wrong voice. Well, it's hey, I can't tell you that part. Nick, maybe you need to be a little more indirect with your questions. Right, so, detective, mind if I take a look at what you got? What I got? He don't got shit, does he? Oh, yeah, he can give us the autopsy report. The latest version, if you please. Oh, Gumshoe, but that wasn't his fault. Time of death. Yeah, my birthday. At 2:30 p.m. Cause pierced through the chest by a spear. Yeah, we figured that part. What's wrong, pal? You seem down. I mean, I wouldn't be happy. We'd like to ask the employees here some questions. Sure thing, pal. Go wherever you like. Of course, you're not going to find any clues I haven't already found. He really is enjoying himself this time. I want to see that picture. Do I have to check the evidence first? Probably. Let me ask him the reason for the arrest first. Why was Mr. Powers arrested? Simple, pal. The murder took place right over there in Studio 1. Now, the victim entered Studio 1 at approximately 1 p.m. At that time, there was no one other than the victim in the studio. According to the autopsy report, the time of death was 2:30 p.m. Only one person went to the studio between 1 and 2:30. God, this face. That one person was none other than Will Powers, and these names. No one else, pal. If you think I'm lying, ask the security lady at the main gate. Nick, if that's true, anyone would think that Powers did it with that kind of evidence. Thanks for I have to agree. Thanks, Maya, for the cheer up. I want to see the evidence, which is what, tab? No, I want... Where's the picture? Did you not give us the picture? ST1307. Oh, there's a lot to look over here. Oh, Gumshoe, no. Hey, us detectives get tired of standing around too, pal. Yeah, what happened to the sign? Is it a monkey? Yeah, right? The wind was strong yesterday when the murder happened, so I feel like that might be important. Alright, well, I think we're good over here. Maybe look at the Studio 1 sign. Hey, it's locked. I mean, that makes sense. So let's move... Oh, so I can't even... I guess I'll go back to the studio... Oh, God. Nick, look! That security lady is in the guard station stuffing her face with donuts. I guess all cops like their donuts. Yeah, and they're soft enough she doesn't need teeth to chew on them. Oof. Hey, you! Well, aren't you satisfied Powers is guilty yet? Why didn't you tell us about the security photo, ma'am? Oh, that? I just thought it would be more thrilling to talk with the detective himself. What was the voice I used for her? These things aren't important, you know. Oof, this voice. Okay. It's my job to take the photos every day, you see. You see? That was definitely not the voice. guard station is in the central position. No matter where you go here, you pass by my station first. Now, poor Hammer, he went to the studio just before 1. The murder happened right around 2:30, you see. The only one I've seen to go through here between 1 and 2:30 was Powers himself. Security camera got a good look at him, too. If he's not the only one who did it, I don't know who is. Maybe it was you. Gah-ha-ha! Good one, Sonny. It was not a joke. Was the victim, Mr. Hammer, a popular actor? Oh, he was the biggest star in the studio. Oh, yes, he was great at the Bearded Samurai. That too, yes. He shone the brightest back in the day. Making a star like him pay the evil magistrates is a disgrace, I tell you. The Hammer took it pretty hard, and who could blame him? So about the security cameras. Oh, yes, the cameras. It's automatic. I can tell when someone walks through the gate, see? When it snaps a photo. Apparently it records the time when it takes a photo, too. Picture, too. But I don't bother myself with those. That's so important. Oop. Wrong button. You don't really do very good at your job, do you? Let's go to the employee area. He has a little, it's like on tape. So Will Powers is our client, and Jack Hammer died, and it was the supposed, like, used to be best actor beforehand. Good boy, Paquito. My dog's giving me a side eye. This is where they do all the behind-the-scenes stuff. Hey, look, there's Powers' dressing room. No one's here this soon after the murder, I guess. Yeah, probably not. Let's take a look around. So, yeah, let's examine first. Candy, chips, gum. Samurai soda. Check that out. Too shocked to clean up. That might actually be important, because maybe the food changes each day. I understand, Maya. Second stomach for steak? Yes. It's probably a garage store. Wow, Nick, you know a lot about the industry. Where would they? Yeah. Oh, door for the dressing room isn't locked. We do not need the spear. Yeah, I was gonna say, that's the murder weapon, and it shouldn't be in there. Let's go in the dressing room. October 16th, Global Studios dressing room. Oh, is this the wig? Definitely where he claims he was sleeping. I mean, there's like a couch bed right there. We still need to see that picture, because if it's just him in costume, like, it could be anyone. Oh no, wrong button. So obviously this is the bed he was sleeping in. These are definitely his costumes. Maya, don't touch evidence. We discussed this. Touching evidence is not good. T said, makes sense. Do not touch evidence. What's in this bag? I think this is the one time we should open something. Ooh, an employee card key. We could use that to open the other door. You mean borrow? This is his wig. Boogie Woogie. You definitely love samurai movies. Alright, so let's go to Studio 1. I do like when you're in a place, you gotta like really move. Does he have any? No. I didn't think he'd have more information. No, let me in. It should work. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, we got in. Let's go. What is this crude outline? I mean, I guess he was wearing his costume. Oh, there's a backpack. You're really quiet all of a sudden. Oh, she's spirit medium. Maybe she feels its spirit. Doesn't give you the shivers, Nick? That white tape, it's so real. Well, the evil magistrate did die here. And the steel samurai killed him. He's so blunt. The murder weapon was the samurai spear. Sounds pretty real to me. Does that sound real? Like, as I heard you saying it, it didn't sound real. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, I guess that's why it looks like a helmet. Actually, that's true. I guess there's no bloodstains. The costume, yeah, must have absorbed most of it. What I want to do is look at this backpack. Oh, God. Hey, look, that's the chair the director sits in. I've always wanted to sit in one of these. Hey, Nick, take a look at that. One of those black and white boards they clap at the start of filming. And look, a megaphone, a real live megaphone. Is there a megaphone? They're just saying it. Ready, Nick? Action! Yeah, she is. A lot more than we thought. I guess that's just a ladder. There's no difference. This is a ladder. I agree, Maya, on that one. Narrow-minded cultural assumptions. Yeah, what? Alright, I want to look at the camera equipment. And then oh, the backpack isn't even something I can investigate? Oh, that's weird. Wow, look at that camera. That must cost a ton. Yeah, don't touch it. I agree, Phoenix. Yeah, don't touch it. Oh, please don't break it. Hey, you, no touching that. I don't know whose voice this is. Oh, look at her. She's kind of cute. She's got freckles going on and the big glasses. She's definitely the murderer. It's always the cute ones. Sorry, my partner is kind of, you know. You know, I don't know. Who are you? Oh, her name's Penny. Kind of has like a penny color going on, the copper look. Who? Me? I'm an assistant here. I help with props and stuff, moving them around, ordering new ones, etc. We're lawyers representing Mr. Will Powers. Oh, you're WP's people. Yeah, she doesn't sound like she's a friend of Will Powers. WP. Oh, Will Powers. WP. I get it. I don't envy you guys one bit. But do what you can for WP, okay? He'd never hurt a fly. He has to be innocent. Don't worry. Leave it to us. Yeah, I don't really trust her. Could you tell me anything about the day of the murder? Yes, I was in the studio that day. I was the only assistant on staff that day, you see. Yeah, see? She was the only one there. Only one assistant? Yeah, well, the studio isn't doing so well right now. And yesterday was only rehearsal for our action sequence. Oh, I see. In the morning, we went through the action sequences in the employee area. WP and Hammer were there, along with everyone else. The employee area, that's where Power's dressing room is, right? Oh, wrong voice. Yes, that's the place. After eating lunch there, Mr. Hammer went to Studio 1. Then I saw WP go into his dressing room. But I didn't see either of them after that. Did you know that Mr. Powers was sleeping in his room? No, I wouldn't go in there unless I had some urgent message for him. I mean, it's his private. What kind of girl do you think I am? What kind? No, I'm sure you're a fine girl. I'm sorry. Yeah, Phoenix, leave this girl alone. I say that, but I'm pretty sure she's the murderer. We still need to look at that photo. If WP was the only one who came into the studio, then he has to be the killer. They even have a photo. Can we see this photograph? Sorry, I know you're busy. Not really. Actually, there's been something bothering me. That's what I'm talking about. A clue, a lead. Well, I don't know about that, but that day, just after noon, I sensed someone was here. You sensed? Yes, several times. Some other studio employees, maybe. Oh, wrong one. No, I don't think so. Wrong voice. The only thing we had scheduled was an action scene run-through. I was the only assistant here that day. I have a feeling it was someone from outside. Really? But wait, if someone had come in here, wouldn't that security lady have noticed them? Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry, I don't have any better information than that. No, thanks. That helps us a lot. Anything helps. Let's go put that security lady on the spot. So you sense that someone other than the regular film crew was in the studio? Yes, I think. Yeah, I think doesn't cut it. Nick, what about that security? Well, we're gonna go to her. Calm down. Dang, David. He's got nothing new for us. Nope. Can someone give us that photo? What? You're still here? Really? You look as though you've seen a ghost. Well, her voice is so hard to get back into. What? I saw that suspicious look on your face. I want to ask you again about you. Oh, wrong fucking voice. Came here at 1 p.m., correct? And the estimated time of Hammer's death was 2:30. Are you sure that Powers was the only one to go through here between those times? Sure as I can be. But we have a witness who thinks there was someone from outside here that day. Yeah, she kind of gets me through like a child. What? Are you absolutely sure you were here watching the whole time? Yeah, she's like a child. Ma'am? Who was it? Who told you that? Who dares question me? I agree. All right, you better tell me and tell me quick, you spiky-haired cretin. Everybody call me spiky hair. Someone's been complaining about the work I do, eh? That is not the voice. We were just talking to the assistant in the studio. Wow, way to throw her under the bus. Her? She's not even a full-time employee. All you youngins are like that nowadays, running your mouths like that, tomorrow saying this and that and other things. Well, I knew a thing or two about respecting your elders back then. Cry out, shame your... God, she speaks so fast. Damn, she ran away. Oh yeah, we can go look. Yeah. Show us the computer. Try it, yeah. Go on the computer, my guy. Could do my best. Oh, it was a 370 or 307. Now I definitely only have like one chance. I remember reading it too. I think it was 307. Did I get the wrong one? Did I get the right one, I should say? Yeah, it's him in costume, like you can't tell. That's no evidence. And also the legs aren't actually fitting, which means he's probably smaller than the actual actor. October 15th, 2 p.m., phone number 2. That was at 2 p.m. Hey, Nick. Can't we use this photo as evidence for the trial? I mean, we definitely can. We'll put that security lady in her place with this. Right, we'll put her in her place. Hey, that's what I said. Anyway, let's show her this photo and see what she says. Wait, let's not. Why not? It's never a good idea to just reveal your hand to your enemy so soon. Now we sound like we're from the Samurai Show. He's a lot craftier than I thought, too. I would not like to be the evil magistrate. Hey, why do I have to be the villain? Relax. It was just a joke. So, are we done for the day? Why, are we going to go watch the Samurai Show? I think that's... Yeah, we definitely need this for trial. The killer's got to be shorter than him. I don't think the security lady did it, but I think she's just mad. Like, she does not like this guy at all. I should be better about saving my progress. October 18th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 4. Oh, we're in a different court. Oh, this guy. Edgeworth is his name, I think. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Will Powers. Still trying to work on those deep voices. Oh yeah, he was hoity-toity. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement, please. The prosecution will show the court that at 2:30 p.m. on October 15th, the defendant, Mr. Will Powers, killed fellow actor Jack Hammer in Studio 1 of Global Studios. It is impossible for anyone else to have committed this heinous crime. The evidence presented during the trial will all point to this fact. I see. Very well, I would like to move on to some testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution may call its first witness. Is it the security lady? Very well, I call a most familiar face, Detective Gumshoe, to the stand. Oh no, his voice kills me. I also feel this poor man gets battered by us. Detective, if you would briefly describe this case to the court. Yes, sir. I'll explain with the God map here. To understand this case, it's important to grasp the layout of the studio, see? This here is the employee area. The actors did a run-through of their action sequence during the morning here. Why was the vent open? Right? Everybody saw that just now? This is the main gate to the studio. Security lady that works at the studio were here at 1 p.m. on that day. Alright. Past the security station, there's a gate, see? Past that are her studios. And here it is, Studio 1. This is the scene of the murder where the body was found. Now, on the day of the murder, October 15th, there were only 3 people here. The victim, Jack Hammer, the defendant, Will Powers, and a young woman, the production assistant. Do we not know her name? All the production staff were in the employee area until noon. Then after lunch, the victim, Jack Hammer, went to Studio 1. Right after that, at 1 p.m., the security lady got to the guard station. Now, jump ahead to later that day at 5 p.m. The production staff came to Studio 1 to perform a rehearsal. Needless to say, the rehearsal was cancelled. Obviously so. Time of death was 2:30 p.m. The samurai spear found lodged in the victim's chest was the murder weapon. That's the case in brief. Anyone like to hear it again? No. I mean, we definitely should. We're definitely missing a part. Do you call me mentally challenged lawyer? Mr. Gumshoe, we're trying to be nice to you, and do you understand how bad your testimony was last time? Oh, am I not, like, questioning him? Am I just listening to it again? Alright, then we can skip this. I thought it was going to be oh, no, they would have told me it was cross-examination. We still don't know her name. I forgot the button I chose to skip things. That's okay. Clicking always works. No, we don't need to hear it again. How medieval. Oop, wrong voice. Your Honor, this case is quite simple if you ask one question. And that question is, what did the security lady at the guard station see? Understood. Let's call the security officer to the stand. Will the witness declare her name? Does she have a name? Oh my god, what is this? Aren't you a handsome fellow? I'm afraid I'm a bit flustered. Even he's taken aback. I can't even. Your name, please. Oh, Diddy, no need for you to be embarrassed. Just call me Grandma. Oh, God, no. Your name, please. That is not her last name. Wendy Oldback, dearie. So just call me. Oh God, she speaks so fast. So how the other children would believe it? But he called me an old back. He objected to his own witness. Objection sustained. The witness will refrain from rambling on the stand. I was just getting to the good part, dearie. Perhaps we can get to the testimony. Now, the witness was stationed at the main gate on the day of the murder, correct? Yes, sir, I was. And to get to the scene of the murder, someone would have to pass by you. You know your stuff, dearie. You may begin with your testimony. Ha! Well, we already know we're gonna throw that picture in her face. On the day of the wrong voice. On the day of the murder, I arrived at the guard station at 1 p.m. Poor old Hammer and the rest had been doing a run-through there since the morning. I had some errands to run that morning. Anyway, I was one when I got to the guard station. I was at the main gate from then until 5 p.m. Now that the murder happened at 2:30, right? Interesting to me because a certain man walked by me at 2 p.m. It was Powers, the man right there, and he was heading towards the studio. You saw the defendant then? Very well, let's begin the cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. I want to press her on. What errands did you have to run? Oh, well, you know. What? Answer. Yeah. Actually, I was watching poor Hammer and Powers observing, you know? Observe. Weren't you supposed to be at the guard station? Whippersnapper, I told you I locked the gate, didn't I? I did my job. Yeah, right. Anyway, I always watch Hammers run through, always. Never missed one in all my years. Wow, I want to see a Steel Samurai run through too. You could quit being the spirit medium and take up guard duty. You probably could. Did a lot better job than her. Let's press you on this one. He'd already gone to show before I got back to the guard station. Tell us what happened next. Alright, well. Dude, she mad. I'm a professional, you know, or are you criticizing how I do my job, whippersnapper? I mean, yeah. I think she leaves often. I could watch the gate and eat donuts at the same time. Snipper whapper. Snipper whapper? Yeah, right. Why does she know exactly? Like, let me see. Why does she know what happened to two? Yeah, right? How does she know that? That's bothering me. Oh, I have my ways. That overdressed young detective told me. I fed him some donuts and he talked and talked. Oh, poor Gumshoe. If you ask me, that detective is a cutout. Oh, Gumshoe. Oh, Edgeworth. Yeah, right? Sure as spit. Well, who was the man? Really, you should try not to get so excited at your age. You might strain something. Oof. Now, don't get your skivvies all in a bunch. I'll tell you who it was. It was Powers, that man right there, and he was heading towards the studio. So let's present the picture. Let me get this straight, old bag, or Miss Old Bag, right? It's not any better. You've been saying since yesterday you saw Mr. Powers, correct? But you're talking about the man in this photo, aren't you? Just a moment, Mr. Wright. Let me see that photo. What is this exactly? None other than the Steel Samurai, defender of Old Tokyo. Miss Old Bag, is this the Mr. Powers that you saw? Of course! Didn't your mama teach you any sense, Sonny? Anyone can plainly see that's Mr. Powers, right? No, they can't. Edgeworth is losing his shit. Well, I mean, I wonder. True, Mr. Powers does play the role of the Steel Samurai. But that doesn't mean Mr. Powers is the Steel Samurai. What is his faces? I know that. I was born yesterday. No one in this court is accusing you of that, Miss Witness. However, you do not have proof that the person in this photo is Mr. Will Powers, do you? Oh, nosy old man. Oop, wrong voice. Of course I have proof. Wait, what? Huh? We're both surprised. The witness. Please make known all the information in your possession ahead of time. How was I to know everyone would be so nosy? You should be ashamed, all of you. Anyway, I showed that photo to the young detective. He told me this isn't any good evidence, pal. He didn't even give it a second look. Edgeworth didn't get any information from the detective. He was just hoping. Yeah, right? She's good. Let's hear about their proof, then. What proof she got? I never say anything I don't mean, mind you. That morning, during the run-through of the action scene, I saw Powers trip and fall. He broke one of the props. It was a big mess. Apparently he sprained his ankle pretty bad. Now look at that photo. You can see he's dragging his leg. See? Clear as day. I mean, it might also be that the clothes are just too big. Also, if he sprained his leg, wouldn't he still be, like, limping? So he had sprained his ankle. Very well. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Yeah, right? What? She just got mad with me being like, Yeah, right? I haven't even said anything. Everything I've said is on the straight and narrow, the up and up. You today always want about each other, pointing fingers at it's enough to make an old woman cry. She talks so fast. Mind you, I also have the text setting on the slowest setting, but I do have a reading comprehension problem, so it's a little fast. I think Edgeworth has met. Yeah, I think Edgeworth is more upset. Who was present at the run-through? Well, let's see. There was Powers, he's the Steel Samurai. Then poor old Hammer and the evil magistrate. And me. And what exactly were you doing? Observing, just observing. What about the assistant? Oh, she was off moving backdrops around and such. So she wasn't even there. I'm just going to question everything. Trip and fall? Yes, and to think he's supposed to be the Steel Samurai, what a laugh. So Powers sprained his ankle. I helped make it better for him, of course. You helped make it better? Oh, God. I kissed it where it hurt. This woman. Let's just skip over that part, shall we? Where was the assistant then? Oh, her? She was cleaning up backdrops, I think. She didn't know about Powers' ankle. You may continue your testimony. He broke a prop? Sure did. His own samurai... So how could he have used it? That is a significant detail, because we haven't been told that the weapon had a crack in it or anything like that. Like, I don't know anything about that. Let's... Yeah, write this down in the court record, Madai, because something's wrong here. We're just going to keep pressing her for a little bit. Yeah, I don't think his ankle was badly sprained, or he would have mentioned that. Not so bad that he couldn't walk around. He went to his dressing room to rest up after... I mean, that actually makes sense that he went to rest up if he hurt his ankle. Yeah. I mean, that part makes sense. I think we've heard enough. Haven't we, Your Honor? Well, there is one thing that bothers me. Which is... Yeah, where is the Steel Samurai costume now? That's actually a great question that hasn't come up. Wait, is the judge a fan? Is that the only reason he's asking? Actually, well, we couldn't find it. We're looking, though. Anyway, that's not important. The witness did see the Steel Samurai, yes. Oh my god, this shrugging thing. And it is clear that the person in the Steel Samurai suit was Mr. Will Powers. Suppose that's right. That is not right. Hold it right there. We keep talking possibilities, but we have to agree that this photo shows the Steel Samurai. Nowhere in this photo can we see Mr. Will Powers. The defense has a point. I also wonder if someone else not caught on camera could have killed Mr. Hammer. We have to consider that possibility also. Oh no, what do you have? And what is it, the animation with the finger windle? Then allow me to remove that doubt from your mind, Your Honor. What evidence do you have? Will the witness continue her testimony, please? No need to ask twice. Oh, God, I failed on that voice for a second. The time of Paul Hammer's death was 2:30, true? The only person I saw go to the studio before then was Will Powers. No one else went there. If they had, I would have seen them. It's so hard to get back into her voice, like an old granny, but with a little southern twang. So if no one else went to the studio, then it would have to be the Steel Samurai who did it. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. I mean, we still don't know where this lady is. Well, the assistant lady. Oh, quite quiet, Sonny. Nobody suspicious looking passing by. Oh, I mean, suspicious looking. That means it could be anybody. Well, you know what I mean. Old windbags, oop, wrong person, have a way of skipping over important details after all. Or, for that matter, entirely forgetting them. How convenient. Well, we know poor Detective Gumshoe told her that. Being a secret pal, he told me everything. She says she's absolutely sure. But we're not really sure. Yeah, what about before you got to the guard station? You mean before 1? Why, everyone was in the employee area before that. Wrong voice. So we know it was an inside job, obviously. I feel like we have some evidence. Oh no. So she was in the employee area. At least we think. We know her and the 2 actors were there. He went that way to studio. We don't know if anybody was in studio 2. So if this was still... If the card key was still in his backpack, I guess he could have went back, but we never see him come back, right? I'm definitely missing something obvious. But if you saw... Let's save first and not make the same mistake again. I saved, right? I hope I did. There we go. Let's present... Well, do we have this? We have the spear as testimony. Testimony? Court record? I don't believe that for sure. Let's present this, because something seems wrong. Oh, I got it wrong. Oops. No! Dude, it exploded this time. Let's press ours. I'm definitely missing something. I mean, I believe the assistant was there. Would you have seen them, though? Anyone going into the studio had to pass by the witness. That's right, Sonny. You let him have it, edgy boy. Oh, God. Oh, Edgeworth. So maybe we should go toward the end there and show her the map. I don't think I was entirely wrong. I think it has to do with the map. Because we don't know that for sure. Maybe I did it on the wrong statement. I'm in trouble. But that's definitely not true. Oop, wrong button. Do I have any evidence that could help? So maybe I can present the key card. Because it was still in his thing and then they arrested him. Oof. This man wants me dead right now. I'm sorry, Judge. I'm trying. So how would this... The remember weapon, a break in the shaft, has been mended with duct tape. I don't even see duct tape in that picture. So if his time of death was 2:30, I don't think this map is going to help us right now. I think it's going to help us later, but I can't see. I can't see how this is going to help us. Yeah, I get it, Judge. I'm sorry. Yeah, I get it, Judge. Yeah, I know. I know what I did wrong. Not really, but... Oof. This game's a lot harder when it comes to, like, figuring out how the puzzle pieces come. Like, you can have an idea and an answer, but the proving of the evidence sometimes is so roundabout. It's very interesting. The time before Hammer's death was at 2:30 p.m., true? Well, yes, that part is true, and we know because Gumshoe said something. We know that doesn't help us. And this was at 2. Bothers me it says his photo number 2. But I don't see how that helps us. The only person she saw go to the studio before then was Will Powers. Ouch. And I don't think there's any. Have a good night, Cal rules me. Always allowed to creep. We welcome creepers in the chat. Yep, nope, I have no good way of saying that. Yep. That's what I'm going with. Let's see. Only person I saw go to the studio before then was Will Powers. We don't really have anything to help on that. She says no one else went there, and she's so positive. I don't think that helps us either. I don't think you would have seen them. Because what if they were in Studio 2? Anyone going to sue had to pass by the witness. Oh, God. Oh, maybe we also have to read their facial expressions. She said nobody's suspicious looking. So maybe there's some information I'm missing here. Like, I wish I could. This photo was taken by the camera at the gate for the studios, correct? Yes, sirree, Sonny. So, whenever anyone passes by here, it automatically takes a picture? So that's what I was wondering. It never took a picture on the way back. Wow. Alright, Dirk. Fat Fairy Computer printed out this photo. Note that on the back of the photo are printed the words... Yeah, photo number 2. I was wondering about that. The issue here is the bit at the end where it said... Yeah, photo number 2. Peter only held data for one photo on that day. Don't you think that's odd? I do think it's odd. That is true. Order, order. Please tell the court what you mean by this, Mr. Wright. Actually, that's what I want to ask the witness. Oops, that was Edgeworth's voice. This evidence shows that not one, but 2 people went to the studio that day. Yet there's only data for one of the photos. Who could have erased the data for the other photo? Probably the assistant. Only someone with access, the security lady herself. I don't disagree. Oh God, she talks so fast. The only person I saw that day was Will Powers. But the camera on the gate fired twice. That means 2 people went by. Well, yes, that's what it would seem to mean. Can the witness explain this to the court? I don't understand these newfangled computer things. Edgy boy, help. Oh, God. But believe me, I want to. But I don't know what this means either. Some help you are, you whippersnapper, too. Whippersnapper? Something the matter, Miss Oldbag? Ah, that's right. I just remembered something. Let me guess. Someone else passed by the gate? Someone other than the Steel Samurai? Well, yes, I suppose you could put it that way. Why tell us now? I see. Your testimony, please. I finish my guard duties, I have one other important job to do. I go through the photos recorded on the security computer and check them. I throw out any photos that aren't suspicious looking, you see. Come to think of it now, I remember throwing out one photo that day. Was it? He's so mad. Miss Old Bag, this is the first time I've heard of the wrong voice. I've heard of this. Well, of course, Sonny, I only just remembered it. Right. Anyway, Mr. Wright, please begin the cross-examination. Well, I'd say this was a turn of unexpected, but I kind of expected this. Yeah, right? That's not an answer, for the most part. Well, I didn't touch that suspicious-looking Will Powers photo, did I? She's definitely missing the point. All right, come back. Come back. I know, go back. Well, who in the heck was in that photo you erased? I agree. A fanboy. Fanboy? Steel Samurai fanboys. Real freaks if you ask me. They get information about the rehearsal from gosh who knows where. They're always hanging about. One was there that day. Wait a second, didn't you just say no one else could get in? I locked the main gate so no one could get in. Those were your words. Well, if you must know, there's a drain that goes into the employee area. I was wondering I saw that drain in the picture before. My guy, this is important information. I told you they were freaks. Oh, and they're kids, children, whippersnappers. Kids. So on the photo that you erased, it was a boy, probably 2nd or 3rd grade. What? Order. Let me get this straight. You saw 2 people pass by the gate on their way to the studio that day? One was the Steel Samurai dragging his leg. The other was a boy who looked to be in about 2nd or 3rd grade. Oh, yes, well, you see, he's type that every day. Can't stop him, can't catch him. A boy in 2nd or 3rd grade. I assume it would be hard, if not impossible, for a young boy to wield the samurai spear. Impossible, I think. It's quite heavy. Right, as I said, I didn't pay much mind. That's why I erased the data. I mean, the boy was there. That makes him a suspect. Yeah, and they're already trying to unsuspect him. Oh, we take a 5-minute recess. There's actually recesses in here. And no forgetting vital information this time. I agree, Judge. Mr. Powers? Yes? Tell me straight, were you really in your dressing room? You didn't go to the studio? I didn't go to the studio. I was sleeping, honest. So who is the Steel Samurai in that security photo? How should I know? The Steel Samurai costume was off in the corner of the dressing room. Is it a handkerchief he keeps holding up? It's a handkerchief. Anyone could have walked by in and taken it, really. What? You should take better care of your stuff. I couldn't imagine anyone would want to steal a Steel Samurai suit. So, where does this leave me? I mean, it could be the kids in the suit. You're the only likely suspect right now. Nick, what are we going to do? First, we play for one more time. We'll start targeting someone else that could conceivably have done this. Right. And it'll take them so long to shoot us down that we can get another day. Right, but if we pick the wrong person, we might lose on the spot. You don't sound very optimistic. He's not wrong. I'm not optimistic at all, actually. Well, that's where we differ. Hey, Nick, it's time. Okay, let's go. Oh, this poor guy. Mr. Edgeworth, will you present the prosecution's thoughts on this matter? The prosecution's thoughts are simple. Nothing has changed. Oh, wrong voice. The other person who went to the studios was a boy of roughly 10 years of age. The photo we do have may not be hard evidence, but there is still no one else that could have committed this crime. I call for a verdict of guilty for the defendant, Mr. Will Powers. Very well, Mr. Wright, your thoughts? The defense disagrees with the prosecution's claim. There is another person who could have committed this crime. Order. Interesting. Let's hear who you have in mind. Also, we don't usually point out the new suspects. If you accuse someone who is obviously innocent, you will be patronized. Right, great. As if the stakes weren't high enough. I think it's the assistant girl. It was the assistant. The Steel Samurai costume was in his dressing room. She stole it, and in doing so, she became the Steel Samurai. So you're saying the Steel Samurai in the picture is really the assistant? That's correct, Your Honor. If you're serious, you've got guts, Mr. Wright. Remember the photo? Wasn't the Steel Samurai a little lame? He was dragging his foot. Remember the testimony concerning Powers' injury? Oh, and me? What about the assistant? Oh, her? She was cleaning up backdrops, I think. She didn't know about Powers' ankle. She could look the Steel Samurai look with that costume. Yes, but she's... What? She could just be tiny. I guess. Let me save before I screw up more of my options here. I really thought it was the assistant girl. I don't think a grade school boy would be, I guess, the security lady. I didn't think she did it, though. Wendy Oldbag. Who? Maybe because they had been watching the action scene run through. There was only one person other than Powers and Hammer who knew about this injury. The security lady, Oldbag. God, that's her name. What? Whipperstapper? Order. Is this true, Oldbag? Oldbag, that's Miss Oldbag to you. Oh, wrong voice. Miss Oldbag was standing guard alone at the main gate. She was by herself. In other words, she has no alibi. She could have briefly left her post to steal the Steel Samurai costume. Those are words. Then slipped into Studio 1, the scene of the murder. Why would she go through the trouble of wearing the Steel Samurai costume? Simple, Your Honor. She knew the camera at the gate would take her picture. If she was in his costume, she could point the finger at Mr. Powers. I see. Excellent deductive reasoning, Mr. Wright. Yeah, I'm not. No. Right? Maybe he just hates her. The prosecution has no meaningful objections at this time. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, you all think I did it, is that it? Edgy boy, don't just sit there, do something. I'll press further. I still don't think Granny did it, though. Very same reasoning that makes Mr. Powers a suspect in this case can be used to cast doubt on Miss Oldbag's actions on that day. Oh, that's a good way to put it. But why would I do something so horrible to poor Hammer? I mean, she does like him. Like, I don't think it's her. Wait just a minute. What about the other person who went to the studio? The boy, the one whose photo I erased. He's only a grade schooler, though, as you said. 2nd or 3rd grade, was it? That doesn't matter. When I saw that age, I could pin my old man in 10 seconds tops. Your thoughts, Mr. Wright? That boy is not the killer. What? How can you be so sure? Or is it to be nice to the kids and mean to your elders there, whippersnapper? I have proof. Oh, you have proof? Proof? Indeed. Let us see this proof, Mr. Wright. You have proof that shows the boy could not have committed this murder? I mean, do I? Have proof? Okay. How could the boy have taken the spear? I see. Well, would the witness care to comment on this? Meh. Very well. Miss Wendy, what was her name? Something old bag, Your Honor. Then the prosecution will look further into this old bag before we continue. That is all. This court is adjourned. I still don't think the security lady did it. I just think she's very bad at her job. Wait a second. I'm not going to just sit here while you run off barking up the wrong tree, me. I'm talking. Yo, we're all like, why? Oh, great. Stop the presses. The windbag wants to talk. Miss Oldbag, what is this all about? Have you omitted something from your testimony? Actually, if you must know, there's something I was told not to talk about. Not talk about? But by whom? I can't even... We'll testify. Global Studios... wrong voice. Global Studios warned me to keep quiet about something. There were some other people at the studio on the day of the murder. They said they had nothing to do with it, see? So they told me to just pretend they hadn't been at the studio that day. But if you're going to go accusing me, I'm not letting them get away scot-free. So who were the people? This is crucial information. Why did you keep this from the court until now? Ain't you been listening? They told me to shut my trap and I'll always do what I'm told. That is such a lie. Oh, this is the power of the old bag. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination. Yeah, tell me who the people were. Like, tell me. I messed up. I messed up. There we go. So I want to press this. Oh, well, that makes sense. The director and the producer were there. Well, at this moment, I think it's a good time to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. Hello, hello. Oh, what happened? What do you mean, like, on fire?
There was like a little gas fire underneath one of the sinks, and I tried using the fire extinguisher, and it kept reigniting. So I called the fire department.
No! Are you okay?
I'm okay. The associates are fine. We're currently out, where they've like told us to leave. I called Matt. I'm updating him.
There was a gas fire under one of the sinks?
Yeah. Hold on 1 second. They're coming tonight. Hold on. That's just from fire. So the wire grounding out against something because of fire. They had to cut the power to the building. Okay. And then they try to isolate the line so you can turn the power back on. But I don't know what the hell is going to happen. Alright? You told me.
Sorry for the break. I am back now. Let's see. Oop, should move this to the other side. We should have known something was fishy. How could they have done a run-through of their action scene without a director? Of course. Yes, well, I suppose no one asked about it. What? No, what? The director was in the employee area all morning for the run-through. He joined the producer around lunchtime and they had a meeting after that. Where? Yeah, right? I was wondering, I was going to say, Studio 2 hasn't come up. Well, yeah, we never got to look in there. Let's continue the cross-examination for now. I know that's silly. Still, they were pretty convincing about having nothing to do with it, and they gave me a little bonus on the side. You literally got paid off! You should not say that in a court of law. Yeah, I'll take a break. I think I've asked my questions. Some bigwigs were all present. Yet, as we stand here, they have not yet been questioned. I hold that it is impossible to declare a verdict on the defendant, Mr. Powers. I think that's fair. The court acknowledges the defense's point. The prosecution will gather more information about the witness, Miss Oldbag, and more information about these other people we have just been told of. This poor Edgeworth, he's just like, why? Let's see. October 18th, 1:04 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 3. Oh, this guy. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. I was right to ask you to defend me. Oh, really? It's nothing. Oop, wrong voice. Oh, I should... We'll be going down to the studios to do some more investigating. We have to find out more about this director and the producer. They'll be turning up in the next trial as witnesses for certain. So now's my chance to get material for the cross-examination. So, Nick, have we figured out just who it was in the Steel Samurai costume? I still think it was the assistant. Could it really have been old Windbag? What do you think, Mr. Powers? Oop, wrong voice. I don't think it was her, really. I really don't think it's her either. Yeah, I was going to say, Phoenix, what were you doing? Oh, I feel kind of sorry for her. Well, she wasn't winning any points in there without my accusations. Okay, let's get down to the studio. Right! We'll be back to visit you soon. Thanks, guys. I apologize. I have to just answer a phone call from work. So actually, it says to be continued. This is perfect timing. So how's the fire going?
Hi, Shannon.
Hi.
Sorry, I'm just like, I had to hang up because the guy came to talk to me.
No worries.
Greg just called me, and he's calling Randy.
Greg is in, like, Greg Saramello or Greg George?
Yeah, Greg Saramello.
Oh, okay. And what did they say caused it?
So they said that the sink that's right by the office, where they put, like, the soups at night, the police officer told me that there was, like, way too much wear and tear on it. And it just caused a fire.
I've never heard.
He he was like, it was eventually going to cause it at some point. It's just like, this is the moment that it happened because it didn't, like, get, like, the proper maintenance that it needed.
Wow. I didn't know a fire could go on. Like, I guess a grease fire, that makes sense, but
Yeah.
I don't know what grease gets put in there.
So
Dang.
hopefully we could check ours and make sure that ours is okay.
I'll be honest, I've never heard of something happening like that in all my years of Panera.
I was asking the police officer, I was like, I didn't know if there was anything that, like, me or any of the associates did that, like, caused it. And he was like, no, you guys didn't do anything. It's just, like, it was, like, the, like, poor maintenance on the, like, the sink drainage system that it ended up igniting and sparking a fire.
Wow. Dang. I'm so sorry. Hello, hello. Well, I apologize. I'm back. I might have to leave for a second. Apparently, my place of business may have a slight fire, and my coworkers are calling me for advice as they are dealing with the firefighters. So, I will let you know if I have to go away for that. And we shall see. But for now, let's be lawyers. Whew, what a day. Right, Phoenix? I feel the same way right now. This is no time for relaxing, Nick. So you think WP's got a chance? I guess that really depends on the people we found out about in today's trial. The director and producer. Yeah, them. Well, what are we doing here then? Let's get to the studios. I actually agree fully. Oh, we're going to ask her. What do you think we should do? I mean, she wants us to go to the studios. Have enough information to make a case yet? Yeah. Also, we shouldn't be like having to make a case for the murderer. We're defending our client. So let's go move to the studio. I mean, I was gonna say they have the security guard in custody. I mean, she is old back. She's probably been there for a long time. Don't steal her donuts. It's like, don't steal the donuts. We want to go to outside Studio 1, and then we probably have to move. Hey, Nick. It looks like Detective Gumshoe isn't here today. You're right. He's probably up to his neck in paperwork after a commotion at today's trial. So, Nick, remember that Studio 2 we heard about at the trial today? It was down that path with the fallen tree, right? Yeah, I think that's what they said. Maybe the director and the rest of them are there today. Now's our chance, Nick. Let's check it out. Yeah, let's go to Studio 2. Let's go outside Studio 2 first. Doesn't really look much like a studio, does it? No, that it does not. That's a trailer. It's like a nice kind of log cabin type trailer. Right? Are we sure this is a studio? I'm not sure it's a studio either, to be honest. Yeah, right? I feel like it's a junkyard. Right? It definitely looks like it's been here for a long time. Maybe they live here. That fence... Oh, wait. There's a... Why is one of them bent? Well, we don't know if that's what they ate. It definitely is odd, for sure. Alright, let's go... What? I can't go inside? Didn't I have an option of going inside? Oh, was it inside Studio One? So how do I get in? No, examine. I don't think we should go for... Phoenix, you don't even have a license? Like, I get it, but I feel like he should have a license. That's not helpful in this circumstance, Phoenix. I know you're proud of it, though. Why are you showing me your attorney's badge, Nick? Well, that was my puppy. I'm playing games, Papito. You can come sit with me. Well, there's a furnace. Maybe something was burned there. Why don't we always touch evidence in this game, but we don't actually touch the evidence that matters, it looks like. I mean, that makes sense. It doesn't look like anything like a studio. It really doesn't. So I really can just slide back and forth. That's really it. Alright, well, we don't have anything else that looks like can help us out here. Yeah, it is a murder scene. I didn't really find much here. Maybe we should talk to some... Oh, maybe they're in the employee area, actually. Oh, the assistant girl's in there. Hi, WP's lawyer, right? I heard about the trial. Great job, guys. Oh, don't mention it. Is it true they caught the security lady? Oh. Actually, she just called me. She told me to cover up that drain. You mean that one? Why are you yelling at me, Paco? Why are you mad at me? My dog is staring at me from across the room. You could come sit with me. Do you want to come sit? He's so mad at me right now. Come down and sit with me. Come down. Come sit on my lap. Come here. I have, as you see in the corner there, a little tiny chihuahua who is a demon with little bat wings. So he shall sit here. I know. I'm not so good with handiwork. Some assistant, right? Yeah, but you do work on the props and the backdrops, right? Right. Just lots of times they end up looking worse than they did before I fixed them. Oh, well, I'm sure these things happen. Nothing to worry yourself about. You're right. I won't. Right? She should worry a little bit more about her job. Are you the security guard right now? Yeah, apparently you're filling in. Right, see you later then. Good luck with your investigation. Yeah, let's examine this weird. So it seems. I guess they covered it up in a hurry. Hey, Nick. If that drain's covered, the boy won't be able to get in. Yeah, I think that was the idea. I feel kind of sorry for him, though, don't you? What, you want to rip the grate off? Really, Nick? We can? No. Let's rip it open. Aw. Hiya! There, that should make the kids happy. The things we do. Right? It's definitely bent. Now the kids will be able to come in again. Does it make you feel great to do a good deed like that? Yeah, right? It makes it a lot easier. Yeah, I was thinking that too. I'm like, doesn't it make it... Don't people cycle to get exercise? Not always. Sometimes you gotta get you a job. Old Tokyo Castle. Well, we see the T-bone here. Let's slide over to here. I don't think anything really has changed. Ah! I don't think a lot has really changed here. We're not trying to steal something. We're not trying to be thieves here. Let's go back to the studio main gate. You look a little out of place. It's the clothes, isn't it? Oop, wrong voice. I thought my camo vest might do the trick. Kind of an alternate guard fashion thing. I want to ask her questions, the fanboy. Do kids sneak in here a lot? Well, I don't think there's that many of them, but I do see one in particular a bunch. He's always gawking at the sets or snapping pictures. You should see old Windbag's eyes flash when she sees him. She has a bit of trouble catching him, though. Alright. So how are the studios doing? There's police wandering around everywhere. It's terrible. They won't even let me clean up. Don't want me disturbing evidence. And we disturb evidence all the time. Yeah, that's fair. You mean those plates with the steak bones left over on them in the employees area? Yeah, can you believe it? I heard something at the trial today. They said that the director and producer were here the day of the murder. Sorry. I was in the prop storage room, so I didn't see them. I guess they were here, though. Studio head seemed pretty eager to keep us quiet. So they were trying to protect the director? More the producer, really. Producer's our real star here. She saved these studios from the brink of disaster and kept them running. I don't think we'd still be in business if it weren't for that producer. So we still don't really know where the producer is. Do we have anything we can present? I don't think we really have a reason to. Oop, wrong button. Oh, Paquito. I guess we could try... Well, we were just in the employee area. Maybe we should go in the dressing room real fast. Wow, what is this? Oh, is this the fanboy? This fanboy is not a 10, 11-year-old. Who are you? You look pretty suspicious to me. What are these words? Loomers? How can you not know the great Sal Milena? I'm making these shows, the Steel Samurai. Mind, read the film credits. Sal Milena? That's a word? It's fine. What is this guy? Oh, creepy guy? Do a lot of cosplay because that costume rocks, or this guy is weird. What? Hey, you're drooling. Lol. Buffer overrun. You've triggered my creative powers! I can't even imagine this voice. Yes, it's coming. Pink Princess? Sequel to the Steel Samurai, Pink Princess, Warrior of Little Old Tokyo. Oh, that's kind of cute, actually. Pink Princess. Why's it gotta be little? Old Tokyo. Why can't it have a cool name like Neo Old Tokyo? I really need to talk about cool. I have to agree. Alright, let's talk to today. Are you you're the producer, I'm guessing, or director? You're one or the other. I mean, he said creative, so maybe director? Did you notice anything unusual on the day of the murder? Oh, I know who your dudes are. That security lady told you about. I can't do this. That's right. It was a pretty regular day. Now he talks normal? We had a run-through for an action scene in the morning, then a meeting from lunchtime in the Studio 2 trailer. I was so busy I didn't even get a chance to eat lunch. Oh, so sad. That's not true. The plates were clean. Yeah, so rocks. I hate missing out on food. I can see that. You're literally drooling every 5 seconds. So, I don't even know, Maya. I don't have an answer for you. Anyway, I was in a meeting from noon till 4 with the producer and some bigwigs from the network. Mr. Hammer's time of death was estimated at 2:30. If he's telling the truth, that means gives him an alibi. About the producer who was at the meeting with you. Oh, you mean Dee's Vasquez? Dee Vasquez. She's a genius. Mad skills all the way. Scary, though. She brought these studios back from the brink of destruction. She's the only one who made it possible for me to make the Steel Samurai. You had a meeting with her on the day of the murder, right? Murder. Yeah, we were together from noon to 4 p.m. the whole time. Who exactly are these bigwig peoples keep mentioning? Oh, the boss over at the network and some sponsors. Only a few production guys. They piled into a limousine and got here right before noon. Major tension. Were all of them with you the entire time? Yeah, unfortunately. They're all gray-haired geezers. Well, look, he's obviously dragging his foot. Don't think we have anything else to talk to him about. Glad we stopped in the dressing room. You okay, Paquito? You're a good boy. Oh, Wolverine guy. Oh, Mr. Wright, thank you for earlier. Not at all. We got lucky to tell the truth. Let's not. So, WP, do you have any leads that might get us going in the right direction? Yeah, director. Sorry, but no. He's so unhelpful. He's just nervous. Yes. Oh, he might know the fanboy. Do our fanboys sneak into the studios often? Yeah, that's... So if he doesn't even know about it... I mean, the security lady's pretty strict, but they still got past her. But in today's testimony, didn't she say they were often hanging around? Kids really, really love the Steel Samurai. They sneak past when she's not looking, I guess. Oh, wrong voice. Yes, he was. He was directing how the Steel Samurai and the evil magistrate should move. Why didn't you tell us that before? Well, just the studio asked us to keep quiet. This has nothing to do... Also, you're on trial for murder, my guy. Oof. Maya, whose side are you on? Yeah, right? I agree, Phoenix. You aren't hiding anything else from us, are you? No, I sure hope not. I sure hope not, too. Let's go to our law office. We really don't have anything else. Outside Studio 1. Wait, did I ever go to the employee area? Outside Studio 2. Oh, now we hear something? Hello? No answer. Pretty suspicious if you ask me, Nick. Let's go in. Not sure we should be barging in. I don't disagree. If they'll let us. Yeah, right. Could we look through the windows? We're gonna leave, and this person is gonna disappear. Oh, she's back! No! Thought you were still in custody. You again? Right? How rude acting like you've seen a ghost. You certainly got back to your post quickly. Wrong voice. Oh, the police took me away, they did. They pulled me out of Steel Samurai costume. Told me to put it on. Can you imagine? How could I? A sweet little old lady wearing a giant suit like that? Misty Powers is pretty tall. As soon as they saw there was no way I could wear it, they let me go. Her being the murderer, I guess. Anyway, know this whippersnapper. This old lady never forgets a sight or an insult. Yeah. And you won't get any information out of me. My lips are sealed. You sure are talking a lot for someone with sealed lips. I agree, Maya. Start it now. 1, 2, 3. This lady is far too much. If I see him again, I'm taking him down. Nick, look at her eyes. She's serious. One who was here on the day. If I see him again, I'm taking him down. Oh, she's just mad at everyone. Well, I need those keys, so can I get them? Yeah, right? But we heard something. Something's amiss. No, we're not driving. Let's go back to the dressing room if we can. Oh, well, there's the kid. Hey! Hey, wait! He definitely did. Hey, kiddo, what's your name, sport? I'm not a kid. Oh, God, do a kid voice. I'm not a kid, so don't talk to me like that. I don't even know what a kid's... But you are a kid. What a rude little brat. That's no way to talk to an adult. I don't see no adults here, hippie fashion chick. A lot of people have called you fashion hippie. I think you've been mocked for a while now. I'm Cody Hackins. Call me kiddo again, I'll cut you down where you stand, evildoer. God, this... So you're a fan of the Steel Samurai. How dare you utter... My voice died. Utter that name, evildoer. What do you mean? We're on the Steel Samurai side. Ha Haha, you can't fool me. Oh, his sword got stuck. Okay, then what's the last line said by the innkeeper? Why is this a fan? Ha! Easy, like some fries with that? Not bad, kiddo. Watch it. What are they doing? What happened? Did you see anything? The Steel Samurai always wins. Always. Yeah, I saw him. I saw everything. What? But no way am I telling you losers. Why not? Let me go. He's gone. A bottle. Oh, is it sleeping pills? Oh, so he got doped. Oop, wrong one. Oh, that guy's still there. Let's go back to the employee area. Yeah, where did she go? Hey, oh, she's chasing after the kid. This is our chance. Yeah, let's get those keys while we still can. This is it, Nick. Yeah, the trailer keys. We got it. We're definitely doing, like, police jobs. This is not a lawyer's job. Alright, let's go run. Let's save, actually, first. Alright, let's go. Wrong button. Probably gonna find her tripped somewhere. Alright, let's go open that door. Alright, let's go in. I feel like someone might be dead in there. My dog has the weirdest sleeping positions. Yes, sweetheart, I see you. Relax your little head and go to sleep. Oh, well, this is definitely a meeting room of some sort. Dynamite Samurai, Samurai Simmer, the Singing Samurai. But we heard a thud. Oh my god, what is this woman's look right now? I do love this embroidery, though. Someone's in here. I mean, did you think we weren't gonna crash in on somebody when you heard the giant thump? We're WP's lawyers, and, I see. And who might you be? D. Vasquez, the producer. She really is very beautiful. I was wondering if you could tell me about the day of the murder. Miss Vasquez? Script? Excuse me? Script. I'm looking for a script. Oh, wrong voice. I'm looking for a script. A script? The Steel Samurai, episode 13. I need it. Could we ask you a bit about the day of the murder? I need to read it. We'd really like to ask you about the Steel Samurai. Miss Vasquez? It's on TV every week. That's all I have to say about that. Nick, she's telling us to go watch TV. The nerve of her. Hey, don't get mad at me. About the director, Sal Manella. Is that really his name? Sal Manella? What exactly is his role here? Perhaps I didn't make myself clear. I'm looking for a script. I can't be bothered with anything else. Are all people in the entertainment business this weird? Yes. The answer is yes on that one. Nick, let's get out of here. Isn't there someplace else we could have to check? Yeah. Yes? If you see Manila, give him this. Why do we have to do your errands? I don't think I like her. Aw, Maya, don't cry. She'll take it as a sign of weakness. Alright, we'll give it to him if we see him. Bring me the script. It's just a memo. Can I examine things? Or is she gonna yell at me? I believe that. Oh, Jack Hammer starred in this. Did he star in all of these? But it was great. A typical summer with a samurai on a horse, right? Right? Oh, my God. That movie was the best. It's about a samurai who sings his way to fame and fortune. Mr. Hammer was a very accomplished singer, you know. Singing samurais, yeah, right? This is the window. Oh, that makes sense. I wonder if there's anything. Alright, so let's move and get her the memo. Wow, we really move around a lot on this set. He was in the employee area in the dressing room last we saw him. Bring me the script. Oh, I don't even know. It might be quicker to just look into all the places where he's likely to have been. I agree. Oh, we're gonna have to search for this script. You cannot have the snacks. Oh, they're gone. I wonder if the script is in... Let's go to the room. Let's see. Nobody's here, it looks like, so let's just look again, just in case. Let's move to Studio 1. Maybe he left the script there. Remember that script the director was talking about? Didn't he say he left it somewhere? Now will that lady talk to us? Let's go outside Studio 2. Go and move. Actually, I probably didn't have to do that to go in the trailer. God, it looks like he ate on top of it. Here, we found it, your script. Not going to talk to us? Quiet. I'm reading. Just you hold on. What's the big idea? Who do you think you are anyway? And do you even know who we are? Powers lawyers. Right. Am I a suspect? No, it's just, well, no, but... You want to know about the day of the murder? Yes, anything you could tell us would be a big help. You know there was a meeting here around at noon? Yes, with the directors and the people from the network. Correct. Now listen closely. None of the people in this trailer that afternoon went to Studio One. It was impossible for us to leave. Impossible? Why? The path was blocked. The path? Wait, why was this? On the day of the murder, the path that leads here was blocked. Blah, 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 blah. Blah. You saw Mr. Monkey on the way here, correct? Mr. Monkey? The monkey with the broken head. Oh, right, that. What an original name. Its head fell over in the wind on the day of the murder. They didn't start moving the head out of the way until after 3. It was after 4 by the time the path was unblocked. Capiche? Capis? Everyone in this trailer was stuck here until the path was cleared. Stuck in this trailer, stuck until after 4. Hammer died at 2:30. Thus none of us could have gone to the Studio One. What? It's true. A crane came just after 3 to move the head. We called some people in to clear the way. I'm sure they'd corroborate my story. But wait. What if the head fell over after 2:30? Then you could have gone to the Studio One. 2:30, the time of death. Very well. Come. That's Mr. Monkey. When it wasn't broken, it announced the time in orcs. Oiks? Oink? Ook? Ook ook? 1 ook per hour. Ook ook ook, always with the ooking. It is a monkey after all. Check its head. The clock inside stopped when it broke. It did stop at 2:15. That's right. This path was blocked from 2:15 till after 4. Therefore, we're innocent. Mr. Hammer died in Studio One at 2:30. See? Goodbye. Oof. Oh, Paquito. My little dog is just squishing his head into my lap right now. Oof. It's over. We're finished. I still think it was the assistant. We still haven't seen that kid either. Now what? We're fresh out of clues. Everyone's alibis is watertight. We don't even have any promising leads. Things are looking pretty grim. Oh, did Mia take over? Got 1 lead. Yep, Mia took. So this is going to be a reoccurring character. I miss Mia. Mia, it's you. What took you so long? Sorry, Phoenix. Maya has trouble calling me unless she's really in trouble. Right. Oh, wait. I guess that means we're really in trouble. I'd say so. What did you mean we have 1 lead? The boy, of course. Yeah, the kid. I was thinking about that. We gotta find that child. Oh, is this just for us to talk to her again? So let's go back to the studio and find that kid. Oh, she's out of breath. She was chasing him. Yes, Paquito, I see you. My good boy. You a little lump? He's a little lump. Oh, she's out of breath. She was chasing for a long time. Whippersnapper! Definitely has. I got a hostage. Blah, blah, blah. I got a hostage now, whippersnapper. If I see him again, I'll lay him flat. What's a violent old lady? She is very violent. My heart. Oh, she's gonna have a heart attack in front of us. Where's the hostage? When the boy was running away, he dropped this and ran. He'll come back for this, sure. Oi. What could we trade with her? Ooh, we have the keys. What's wrong? Well, my dog woke up from a dead sleep and is now chasing the cat. Let me go check and make sure everything's okay. Well, my dog has become possessed. But he is going back to bed now. So let's see. Let's trade her the keys. Is there anything I can give her? I don't think I have anything to give her. Maybe the employee key? Oh. Oh, that's fair. Studio 1, she could visit him. Do I need to go back to Studio One? What can I give to her for the hostage? I don't think I have anything else in Studio One I have to see. Is there anything in here I can give her that'll make this woman happy? Let's see, what can I give her? It's gotta be something. She wants to visit them. So let's save just in case. Because I would assume we'd give her the card. Like, that makes the most sense to me. So let's present that card to her again. Oop, wrong button. Right? Now, give us the hostage. Listen to me, Sonny. I don't like having debts to no whippersnappers. You take this and then we're even, deal? Steel Samurai. I guess there would be trading cards. That makes sense. That sneaky kid dropped it. I figured it's pretty important to him, though. Thank you. I may have use for this. Alright, so if I go to the employee area, he's probably in there somewhere. Yeah, he is. Wait a second. Oh, you want to come back up here, Paquito? Oh, come here, baby. Oh, come here, little Paquito. Phoenix, was that the boy? Yeah, his name's Cody Hackins. I think he ran into the dressing room. Oh no, with that guy. Oh, maybe that guy's gone now. Lock the door. Lock the door. How is he getting away? I mean, she has her chest out. If I was a kid, I would stop too. Please. I'm Cody. Hello, Cody. I'm Mia. Mia Fey. Nice to meet you. Yup. And I'm Phoenix Wright. Who asked? Wow. Phoenix, you could take it from here. I'm not so sure I qualify. What would a lamer like you? So lamer was what the guy was trying to say before. So you don't blah blah blah. So do you know anything about what happened here? Could you tell me, please? Seems like we're gonna have to bribe you a little bit, child. With your trading cards. Wow, the samurai thing still gets stuck. You're, you know, ultra rare. The card's really hard to get. Man, for a grown-up, you sure are dumb. Dumb. I'll give you this, if you help me. But that's my card. By offering me something I already own, you're in effect screwing the very basis of our consumer society. What is this? This is not something a child would say. Unless this is like something from the samurai thing. Right? Quantum physics, right? I got a double. Just keep it, it's yours. What? If you want to trade, find me a really rare... Seriously? Ultra rare premium cards are way rarer than the plain ultra rare cards. Come on, man, for a grown-up, you sure are dumb. Premium rare? Why do I feel like we're talking about steaks? right? Right? What else do I have to give you? I don't think I have anything else. I don't know if I should give him the studio key. Yeah, what am I supposed to give this kid? I don't have anything to give this kid. You said these weren't good enough. What? Where am I supposed to get a rare card? Maybe that guy has some? I mean, it's his show. He probably has something. Let's go detention center. He might have something. Outside Studio 1. Yeah, let's go outside Studio 1 and go outside Studio 2. Maybe I can convince this lady to give me something. Oh, Penny's in here. Oh, hi. Hello, what brings you here? Well, I had to arrange some stuff. Yes? The, girl with you, doesn't she seem a little different? Like she's even the same person as before? Nope, she's the same as always. Same as always. Okay, whatever you say. You missed it, though. Security was chasing around after that boy so fast I thought she'd collapse. Of course he got away in the end. Boy, was she mad. Actually, we saw them. How's the old windbag doing? Oh, wrong voice. She was squeezing donuts through her clutch fists back at the guard station. Right? Posters on the wall of Hammer. Yep, it's really terrible. Lost for the studio, but his popularity had been waning recently, right? Oop, wrong voice. That's true. Then again, after what happened... Oh? You mean you don't know about Hammer? No, what? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said anything. Oh, you want to get down? Here, go in your bed. Now you have to tell me what happened with Hammer. I'm sorry. I'm probably not the one who should tell you. Why do I get the feeling something's been covered up? But I didn't find a trading card or anything. Where am I supposed to find that? Yeah, wrong way. I don't see any places I could get a trading card. I don't think he's going to tell us anything new. Unless there's something I have that he would want. Doubtful. There's got to be something this kid would want. Definitely a trading card, but where am I supposed to get a trading card? Maybe in my office building there's something. No one was there before. I'm definitely missing something somewhere. She probably collected something. Let's go. There is some examining I'm missing. Oh, kind of like you threw a party and nobody came. It's kind of sad. Definitely have to be missing something. Well, these are just plates. I'm still wondering why this is crooked. Yeah, I think you do need a vacation, Phoenix. To be fair, your friend died, and now your new co-worker has their sister possess their body all the time. So yeah, there's a lot going on there. No, there's nothing. Oh, she's gone. Oh, no, she's here. Maybe if I present them to her. Of course she collects them, so she has one. And of course we have it. Oh my god, she's a super collector. Please, I beg you, please trade with me. Trade with you? Yes, trade cards. I guess that's how we get it. I still think she's the killer. Alright, well, we got that kid for that card for that kid. Doesn't doing good things like that make you feel great? Yeah, it does. I mean, it does, for sure. Let's go get to that kid now. Give him his ultra rare super card. Let's see, he's in the employee area. Dressing room. Take your card. Oh, now my dog wants to sit with me again. Come here, Paquito. Up. Oh. Daddy's got you. Good boy. So wait, that's it! That's the last ultra rare premium card I need. Come on, give it to me, please. You gotta give it to me. Yeah, right? Phoenix like, I don't want cards, I want information. Hi, you sure? Fine by me. He definitely knows something. Wait, what? Talk to us. So you like the Steel Samurai? He's so cool. Oh god. I guess. Yeah, we're being lectured on life. Yeah, I love the Steel Samurai. So tell me, what's your favorite thing about the Steel Samurai is? His kind nature? Right. Oh well, that worked. He's as gentle as a kitten. Alright, kid. Fair enough. Oh no. His fighting skills? Yeah, Wazam! The Steel Samurai always wins. Always! Check this out. It's my fan album. The Samurai Scrapbook. That actually might be very useful. You bet, lady. I just got it for my birthday. My album has a name. Want to hear it? The Steel Samurai Path to Glory. The Steel Samurai always wins. Always. Hey, if you want this, you have to have it. You can have it, lady. Really? Are you sure? Yeah, I took these with the digital cameras. I got all the data at my home, so I can always make another one. Well then, I'm happy to accept. Thank you. You're right. I mean, Mia also always has her chest out. Listen, sex appeal can get you a long way sometimes. Especially in this RPG. You were here on the day of the incident, correct? Yeah. Did you see anything unusual? Cody? Cody, he needs to know because he's fighting for justice. Isn't that the Steel Samurai's motto, for great justice? You have to help us fight for great justice, too. I saw everything. Well, we might get some useful information out of him yet. Cody, I need to ask you something very important. What did you see on the day of the incident? I got here that day around 2. I had to come in through the woods out back so that the old lady wouldn't see me. I got kind of lost, though. I was in there for maybe a half hour or so. Then I finally got to the studio. After that... What is it, Cody? Jeez, this face. The Steel Samurai killed the bad guy. He used his samurai spear, just like always. 1 shot, 1 kill. It happened so fast I got scared. I went home after that. Oh, so he really didn't see anything. So obviously you aren't speaking from the heart. Mia? Yes. I think we could say for sure this means the Steel Samurai did it. What? And the director has an alibi, so it wasn't him. Indeed. So the only person left who had... I don't think that's true. Oh, Gumshoe, you never are helpful when I need you. You gotta rendezvous with me down at the precinct. No, I ain't going. What? That didn't go so well. We're back to 0 leads. Now we have a serious handicap in court. What are we gonna do, Mia? Well, I really need to be going. Don't worry, Phoenix. I'm sure you'll be fine. Come to the trial tomorrow, please. I need you there. Phoenix, can I ask you something? Do you really believe that Mr. Powers is innocent? I do believe he's innocent. I'll see you in court then. So this will be our last day in court, I'm pretty sure. We definitely want to save our progress. That's for sure. I saved it. There we go. Let's see. Oh, this guy. Mr. Wright? Yes. Why do you look so unhappy? Oh, nothing. Really, it's nothing. Oh, it is Mia again. Right, Mia? Oh, she looks even unhappier. Yeah, she does. Perhaps that's why I feel particularly close to him. It's no time for dead people jokes, please. You know, we're going into this trial utterly defenseless. Yet, if Mr. Powers is truly innocent, we should be able to find something overlooked in the evidence to prove it. We have to find something, Phoenix, today. It's that or lose the trial. It's going to be easy. It definitely is not. I bet one of those photos has probably the picture of the actual killer in it. No, let me examine my evidence. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Will Powers. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement, please. An unexpected fact has come to our attention of the court. Yesterday we learned that there were other people present at the studio. Today I would like to show evidence proving that they had nothing to do with the murder. Very well. You may call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. It's definitely going to be the prosecution... wow, brain. The prosecution calls Mr. Salmonella to the stand. I can't get over this name. Oh, this man. Will the witness state his name and profession? How rude do you get? You don't know me? I'm the director. I make the Steel Samurai, noob. Huh. Edgeworth can't deal with this. So, Salmonella, I'm director, television. Were you at Global Studios on the day of the murder? Yes, Your Honor. Very well. Please testify to the court about the events of that day. Phoenix, let's start by picking this testimony apart. If Powers is innocent, you know what that means. Someone in the trailer on that day did it. Right, she doesn't waste any time. Yeah, she really doesn't. I still think it was the prop person. Around 9 that morning. During the morning, I was doing an action scene run-through. It took a lot more time than I thought it would. I hear that everyone else ate lunch in the employee area, but I had a meeting in the Studio 2 trailer, so I ended up skipping lunch. We were in the meeting until around 4. During the meeting, well, I'm pretty sure no one left their chairs. That's about it. He's so nervous. Time of Mr. Hammer's death was 2:30 p.m., and according to your testimony, you were in a meeting at that time. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Can I see my evidence first? I would like to see my evidence. That doesn't really help us. I come in all sorts of hours. It's industry. Yeah. Pretty busy. Tell us more about that. Doing an action scene run-through. That's right. It was a fight scene between the Steel Samurai and the evil magistrate. Security lady was sitting there watching the whole thing. She was cheering on Hammer, if you can believe it. Yeah, did we all believe that? So the prop lady wasn't there. Why did it go on so long? Pretty sure you've already heard about this, but WP twisted his ankle during the run-through, see? Which of course led me to missing my lunch. The assistant cooks some up. Huh. I don't think that's true, though. Because all the plates are empty. What was that animation? I was embarrassed, so I didn't mention it. But I did eat, after all. Why are you embarrassed of eating? I mean, the assistant went through all that trouble. I brought it to the trailer, thinking I could eat it later. Oh, you did take a break during the meeting. When was the break? The scripts of yours are not appropriate for I believe that. Yeah, but you had a break. He literally just said they had a break. Yeah, right? Yeah, if they took a break, one of them could have gone to the... Yeah. Why is that worth laughing? It's only 15 minutes. 15, that's only 13 in base... What? I don't... No. I don't think it would even be enough time for that, but that's just me. Very well, you may begin the cross-examination. Yeah, what? Alright, so the break was around 2:30 or until 2:45. But when did that... But that can't be. So, Diva, sorry, Vasquez plate. The testimony to this point has made one certain fact painfully clear. The people in the trailer had nothing to do with this murder. I don't believe that. It was impossible for any one of them to go to Studio One. Oh, he's going to use the monkey head. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? Surely you aren't suggesting one of the people in the trailer went to Studio One? Well, Mr. Wright. Do you claim someone from the trailer went to Studio One? I don't think anyone of them did it. I truly think it was the security lady. "15 minutes murder is certainly a possibility." Does he know about the monkey? Ah, he did know about it. Oof. I was hoping he wouldn't know. I wanted to buy more time. Oh. So other people in Studio 2 on the day of the murder. However, it is also clear that none of these people could have gone to Studio 1. They therefore have no relation to this case. Furthermore, with regards to the photo of the Steel Samurai, given the size of the costume, no one other than Mr. Powers could have worn it that day. It's decisive evidence that he is the one who did it. If we had that, I would have to find Mr. Powers guilty. Your Honor, the prosecution is pleased to announce that we indeed have decisive evidence, a witness. Oh, is it the kid? I see. The court will take a 10-minute recess, after which we will hear the witness. Court is adjourned for the recess. Don't tell me you're giving up. If you give up, what hope do I have? Is it possible my client's actually guilty? I don't think he is, though. What's going to happen to me? It kind of seems like everyone's in that courtroom thinks I did it. They think I'm a murderer. If you are innocent, we will prove it. I guarantee it. Leave it to us and be yourself. Be strong. You are the Steel Samurai, hero to children everywhere, after all. Thanks. Dang, I was thinking, contradicting. I was gonna say because of the monkey, but I was hoping that maybe there was something else that would, like, extend it, but I guess not. Oops. Let's save while I still can. The prosecution has a concern. Oh. As our witness is a grade schooler of tender years, and this is a murder case, we worry that the defense might cause unnecessary trauma with his cruel questioning. He's definitely not taking the moral high ground. He just doesn't want us to mess with the witness. Okay. Prosecution calls Cody Hackins to the stand. He can't even reach it. Your Honor, perhaps you could arrange a box for him to stand on. Oh, right. Guard, please bring him a box. One of those donut crates should do. How many people eat donuts in this series? Will the witness state his name and grade in school? Witness, weren't you supposed to be nice to the child? What, just because you're all grown up doesn't mean you can push me around. Oof, Edgeworth. Answer his question, okay? Hey, it's you, the nice lady. I'm Cody Hackins. I'm in 2nd grade. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a long day. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember that you're speaking to a child. Try to be gentle. Ha. Witness, I mean Cody. You were present, you were at Global Studios on the day of the, incident. Got a problem with that? Please tell us what you saw that day. What, Pops? You want me to tell you and Gramps with the beard over there? Just, Mr. Edgeworth, I prefer bearded gentlemen. My apologies, Your Honor. He said he wouldn't testify if he couldn't bring it. I'd like special permission if that's possible. Wait, so you're saying you had to bargain terms with a kid and you lost? Hey, I just got this new camera. Don't really know how to use it all that good yet. but I bring it with me wherever I go. Wonder if he had that camera on the day of the... I feel like there's something on that. I found a map on the internet and went to the studio that day. I went through the woods off the path so that old lady wouldn't catch me. I was going for the studio. I got kind of lost on the way, though, for about 30 minutes. When I came out by the studio, there was a steel samurai. It totally rocked right before my eyes. Out came the bad guy. Of course, the steel samurai took him down. Pow! If I had my camera with me, that would have been the time for a shot, I tell you. Anyway, I couldn't get into the studio, so I went home. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. But be gentle. Remember, you're talking to a child. Honestly, yeah. So what's this map he found? Get there on rehearsal day. Security lady's always yelling. Poor Edgeworth. I feel bad for him, that one. Unusual. Did you see this monkey by chance? Oh, you mean Mr. Monkey? Everybody knows the name. So, okay. What happened to the bad guy? Well, he kind of didn't move. Not a bit, like he was dead. I guess he's a real pro. What a great actor. Yeah, easy for you to say. The amusement park? There's a music park? Do we have anything? That part bothers me. The 2 p.m. part. Oof. I'm surprised it doesn't take double points for a child. No, I probably should save just in case. had my camera with me. No, wrong button. Oof. Maybe I'll show him the camera? Yeah, right? What is this face? What? Oh, the judge just doesn't know how digital cameras work. It's, a digital camera, Your Honor. It's kind of a new sort of camera. I see. Right? You did bring it, didn't you? Aw, Cody. Mr. Wright, how cruel you are to terrorize a poor child so. I don't care if he's a child. I mean, that's... Well, Cody. What? Yeah, so I had my camera, so what? Got a problem with that? Why wouldn't you use it? I was too busy watching. Please testify in court about what you were so busy watching. Yeah, I had my camera with me, but I was glued to the action. I couldn't take my eyes off it. The Steel Samurai, goes for the bad guy. Wham! Then the bad guy stopped moving. He's so strong, the Steel Samurai rules. Is that all? Well, that was brief. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination. Well, I'm not doing very well on my life, so let's save again. So you're watching Steel Samurai. Did you watch the whole fight? Yeah, of course. You didn't turn away, not even once? No. Okay, he's definitely... So the bad guy attacked him first. Too busy watching the Steel Samurai. What do you mean, why? Why wasn't the bad guy moving? Well, because the Steel Samurai brought him to justice. And how exactly did he do that? Yeah, you see, he didn't see it. Definitely think I should press him harder. Couldn't take your eyes off the action. Yeah, so what? You missed the most important part. Has stated what he saw quite clearly. You know as well as I do that he's being vague. Tell me, what kind of murderer uses a samurai slap? I can't. Oof. Oh, Edgeworth. My point is this, Cody, you may have seen some of the Steel Samurais fight, but you missed the most important part, the killing blow. Order. Mr. Wright, how could this be? Can you explain how he might have missed something so vital? Well, that's the thing. Phoenix, I believe you're on the right track with this. Why didn't Cody see the climax of the fight? You have ascertained that this young boy is a great fan of the Steel Samurai. I'd say he was watching something else. Wait, it wasn't a baseless claim. I think it's the monkey. There were strong winds. What? One thing has become quite clear in this boy's testimony. He did not believe he was witnessing a murder. He was watching the Steel Samurai fight like on TV. The more real the fight, the more he would have watched. It's gotta be the monkey. I'm surprised I'm not getting points off for this. Did he fall asleep? I don't think he fell asleep, though. I don't think that's our proof. Wow, I'm so bad at figuring this part out. Like, when it comes to certain... It was heavy winds, so something must have been blocking him from seeing. The camera. He wasn't entirely familiar with its operations. I'm aware of that too. Ah, correct. Why would Cody be looking somewhere else at the critical moment? Because he was looking at his camera. He was trying to take a picture. This face. I love this face. Bullseye. What's your problem, Pops? You got a thing for picking on little kids? Kid. Good job, Phoenix. Cody was lying, clearly. Smart of you to realize there was no way he could just stand there watching his hero and not take a picture. Right, really? That was the reasoning? Because you wanted to take a picture. But having just received your camera, you weren't used to using it yet. So you missed the climax of the fight, correct? Yeah. Well, Phoenix, I'll bet you anything he's hiding more than that. Have him testify again. Right. Yeah, Mia means business. Your Honor, the defense would like to request that Cody Hackins testify once more. Very well. Cody, could you please tell us about your camera and about why you didn't take a picture of the fight? Oh, that's mean, Phoenix. Yeah, you're right, Pops. Steel Samurai had just escaped from the clutches of the villain, so I held up my camera to take a picture. But the lens wouldn't open in time, so I missed it. That's all that happened, yup. I'm not sure. I think the lens not opening. Yeah, right? I guess the Steel Samurai is moving a little strange. Moving strange. We don't know that for sure. Yeah, right? He definitely took a picture by accident or something. You took a picture. Okay, well. Hey. I mean, it's pretty obvious, kid. Are you a superhero now, Phoenix? Phoenix. Don't lie to the kid. Took a few shots, but it was too late, so I erased them. Dig up dirt, Phoenix. Find out what this kid's all about. Oh, I should save. Just in case. Was something bad? What was it you told me then? Go to every live performance. I always take a picture when the Steel Samurai lands the final battle. Wazam! I got them all. I never missed one. A perfect collection. Right? Keep it for your album? Ah. Mr. Wright, what exactly is this album? It's called Path to Glory. It's a collection of pictures of the Steel Samurai, all taken by Cody Hackins. He claims it's a perfect collection of every battle Steel Samurai has won. I see. Don't you find this very odd, Your Honor? Among all his pictures of the Steel Samurai, none were taken that day. Order. Mr. Wright, have you an explanation? The Steel Samurai had just defeated his adversary. I certainly would expect to see a picture of it in this album. Exactly my point, Your Honor. Phoenix, are you okay? Ah, it was the kid? Oof. Please explain to the court what is going on. Why was there no picture in the album from the day of the murder? Why would the boy have erased the photo he took? Oh, no. I'm going to say... Simple, Your Honor. Cody wasn't used to using his new camera. He erased those photos he took by mistake. No. Oof. I'm in trouble. Time to save. Is it the kid? No. One reason, Your Honor. The Steel Samurai didn't win. That's why Cody deleted those photos. You mean the Steel Samurai lost? Well, Cody, I'm right, aren't I? Tell the truth. The bad guy defeated the Steel Samurai. No way. No. It's impossible. The Steel Samurai never loses. He never loses to anyone, ever. Your Honor, the witness has revealed everything with his words. There was a reason why he lied and told us he didn't take the picture. The same reason he erased his precious photos. For Cody, it was inconceivable that the Steel Samurai could be defeated. However, Cody witnessed the impossible. He saw the Steel Samurai lose. Oh. Because his leg got hurt? He lied and said the Steel Samurai won. He couldn't handle the truth. Order. I will have order. Witness, I mean Cody, is this true? What did you see? Tell the court what you saw. Aw, kid. Cody, that day you saw the Steel Samurai lose a fight, right? Yeah, when his ankle got hit, right? Okay. You're right. The Steel Samurai fell down. Then he didn't move. Child. Order. What kind of stunt are you trying to pull, right? The Steel Samurai was the murderer, not the victim. Yet, according to your witness testimony, the Steel Samurai was the one who fell. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little confused on this one. Apparently, we have all made a serious error. Oh, a costume was missing, right? Oh. And there was no blood really on the scene, so maybe he was in a different costume. Oh shit, and maybe the Steel Samurai did fall. And it was... Oh... So who we saw walking there was the other guy. And the murderer was already in that room. Oh. Let's save this again. Alright, so I got this wording's going to be real tricky. Well, Hammer was in fact the victim. If you understand what really happened, it's really quite simple. At the end of the fight, the Steel Samurai fell to the ground and lay still. In other words, the Steel Samurai was not the killer, he was the victim. Don't you see? He was redressed, right? Jack Hammer was the Steel Samurai. Order. So the Steel Samurai in this photograph, you're saying the man in this costume was the victim, Mr. Jack Hammer. Yes. That's what I'm saying, Your Honor. Jack Hammer was present at the action scene run through that morning. Thus, he obviously knew about Will Power's foot injury. But wait, hadn't Mr. Hammer gone to Studio 1 already? That's what everyone thought. But remember that Miss Oldbag said in her testimony? On the day of the murder, I arrived at the guard station at 1 p.m. Did I see poor old Hammer? Nope. He'd already gone to the studio before I got back to the guard station. Mr. Jack Hammer left the employee area after lunch. However, no one saw him going to Studio 1. Nor was there a picture of him, because he was in the suit. He waited for Mr. Powers to take a nap in his dressing room. I think it was the sleeping pills. Then he snuck into the dressing room and stole the Steel Samurai costume. But why would the victim do such a thing? Phoenix. Oh? So it was a different person inside the suit. Pops! Me? What? Actually, there was one piece of data I saved. Data? Yeah, a photo on my digital camera. What? Show us quick. No way, man. Not if you're gonna look at me like that. Now. This is Studio 2, not 1. Why is he at Studio 2? Well, looking at this, it's still a little hard to say. Afraid that it could be anyone in that costume. Your opinion, Mr. Wright? I agree, Your Honor. This isn't decisive evidence. Yeah, look at the two. There's a glaring, decisive inconsistency with the facts as we know them in that photo. Yeah, Studio 2, right? Might I draw your attention to the number on the gate? Ah, yes, well, it's hard to see, but it looks like a 2. Clearly not a 1, Your Honor, correct? I believe Mr. Edgeworth sees what I'm getting at. But, that's impossible. What's this all about? Please explain so that I might be shocked along with the rest of the courts. So he can be shocked. I'll use the studio guide map. The body was found here in Studio 1. However, what do we see in this photo taken at the time of the murder? It's not says 1 on the gate in the photo. Your Honor, here is the true scene of the crime. Show the judge where the murder took place. Oh, that's me. I mean, Here at Studio 2. I see, that would explain the 2 on the gate in the photo. Your Honor, I find it very significant that the number took place in Studio 2. Find it very significant the murder took place in Studio 2. I don't think that's right. I think it's because it's blocked. There is indeed a trailer in Studio 2. Now, on that day, a meeting was held in that very trailer. There was a break in the meeting corresponding to the time of death. Is this true? During that break, Mr. Salmonella and Miss D. Vasquez were outside eating steak. They were at the scene of the crime. The path to the trailer was blocked, so we have heard. The path was blocked at 2:15. In other words, the victim went to Studio 2 before that time. Yes, I suppose that would be the case. Remember Mr. Salmonella's testimony? Allow me to remind the court. He said no one in the trailer was guilty because they could not have gone to Studio 1. Yet, actually, the reverse was true. Only someone in the trailer could have committed this murder. They were the only ones with access to the scene of the crime, Studio 2. That is true. Order. The defense makes the following claims. Scene of the crime was Studio 2. The person that the security guard, Miss Oldbag, saw was the victim, Mr. Jack Hammer. Mr. Hammer, for some reason, stole a steel samurai costume. Then he went to Studio 2. This is madness. Jack Hammer is the victim. The victim. Why would he steal a steel samurai costume? Are you suggesting he did so to cover up the details of his own murder? Well, no, of course not. Or do you have proof? Give me proof that the victim, Jack Hammer, stole the costume. You do? You do, Mr. Wright? Yeah, I need to save. Oh, I'm in trouble. I hope this is right. I would assume it's this. No. I mean, I would say the sleeping pills. Same table where Mr. Hammer and Mr. Powers ate. The label reads sleeping pills. Sleeping pills? The defendant, Mr. Powers, spent the entire afternoon sleeping. He was drugged by Mr. Hammer. Wait a moment. That bottle does raise some suspicions, yes, but there is no proof that Mr. Hammer used it. Your Honor, I have an idea. That Mr. Hammer used it. Yeah, I want to check this bottle for fingerprints. Oh, wow, we're actually using fingerprints? Like, is this surprising? So, fingerprints should be a thing we should have done far in the beginning. Very well, the court will take possession of the bottle. Cody Hacken's testimony has revealed new possibilities in this case. In fact, things may have happened very differently than we previously thought. Steel Samurai seen by Miss Oldbag may have been the victim, Jack Hammer. Scene of the crime was not Studio 1, but Studio 2, and those in the trailer did have time to commit murder. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. Your homework is to find the answer to the following question. Why would Mr. Hammer steal the Steel Samurai costume? Also, who killed him and why? Find the answers for me by tomorrow. I am not the prosecution. Why is this my homework? You will need to reconsider your stance in this case. Above all, you will need to reconsider your suspicion of Mr. Will Powers. As you say, Your Honor. This trial will be extended until tomorrow. This is the last extension. Very well. Court is adjourned. Phew. That was a close one. We were saved by a hair, but that's all that counts. I thought seriously about going home about 3 times during the trial. Wow. Me too. Really? You both seem so confident. Ha, maybe I should take up a career in acting. It's already pronounced you dead about 3 times. Wow, Phoenix, you're not me. Wow. Aren't you supposed to support your client to some extent? Ho, of course we're just kidding. I don't think you're kidding. This poor Wolverine man. Go make our final investigation, but I promise you we'll find the true killer by tomorrow's trial. Right, thanks. Oh, this guy. To be continued. October 19th, 3:27 p.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices. That was a close one, Mia? Really? Too bad. I'm sorry I missed it. Maya. So what happened? Well, I think I've got a pretty good idea who did it. Now all I need is a motive and proof. Wow, good going, Nick. Under the initial trial system, tomorrow is the last day we have. Initial trial, what's that? That's the new court system they introduced 2 or 3 years ago. They had so many cases in the system, they decided to speed up the whole process. So under that system, trials have to end in 3 days? Yeah, pretty much. Well, we've no time to waste. Hammer steals samurai costume. Right? He definitely ate something. It's a real scene of this crime. Oh, this poor... To be fair, Maya missed, like, everything. Oh. So let's go talk to WP real fast. Oh, thanks. Could you not look like you're about to burst into tears? I mean, can you blame him? Hey, WP, only 1 day left. Let's make it count. Thought there's no really anything I can do to help. I'm not really sure what I can do either. Please, this is no laughing... Damn it, Phoenix. Could you tell me more about Miss Vasquez? Oh, the producer? She's well respected in the industry. They say she's a genius. A genius? She's been at Global Studios for 5 years now. Right or wrong, nobody dares tell her different these days. Why is that? Ever since she came on the board, we've had nothing but hits. Global Studios was on its knees, but she picked it up and made it shine. Oh, and what? Nothing. Forget it. I've only heard rumors. Anyhow. Can you tell me anything about Mr. Manella? Oh, he used to be a minor straight-to-video director. What? Minor straight-to-video? But something in his work caught Vasquez's eye. She brought the Steel Samurai idea to him. Now everyone knows this name Sam Manella. I hear he's pretty much at her beck and call, though. Whenever she says jump, he asks how high and all's that. I can imagine him being at her beck and call. I was wondering about Mr. Hammer. He was a big star back in the day, right? But then he just dropped off the face of the earth. Oh, yes, you're right. In fact, he was my role model when I started in the business. But he just stopped taking on big roles. That's when he began appearing in little productions at Global. How could he do that? He was really looking forward to a sequel to Samurai Summer. He just gave up being a star 5 years ago. Actually, now that I think about it, that was right when Miss Vasquez came to Global. Oh, she got dirt on him? Let's go to the studio. Oh, this woman. You know, this place is really peaceful like this. Nick? I think her guard's down. Yeah? I bet we could even eat those donuts in the guard station if we wanted. You eat and you die. You die. Phew, she's alive. D. Vasquez. Oh, the studio's bigwigs love her. Oh, wrong voice. So she gets in her way. She does seem better. Do you not like the producer? Look, the studio people don't want me talking about her, so sorry. Can I ask you about Sal Manella, the director? Sal, he's a soft, a pushover, does whatever Vasquez tells him to do. That is not the right voice. She treats him like dirt, but I think he likes it. Oh? Why would anyone like being treated like dirt? Doesn't make any sense, does it, Nick? No, it doesn't, Maya. About Mr. Hammer. Oh, she's gonna go off. I heard about what you said today, cheeky whippersnapper. Poor old Hammer, you dragged his star down from the sky and stomped on it. Calling him a criminal, a thief? I won't forget this. Oh, she's really pissed this time. You listen to me, whippersnapper. My poor old Mr. Hammer would never do such a thing. Why would he steal Power's costume so he could sneak by me? He would never stoop so low. It's impossible. Boy, is she mad. Alright, let's go to the employee area first. That's true. This is where you found the bottle of sleeping pills, right? Uh-huh. Weren't you asleep? Like during the trial? How do you know that part? I wonder if there are any other clues lying around. Oh, no, gumshoe. No touching! Oh, God, gumshoe. Oh, sorry, pal. Didn't mean to frown at you. Didn't mean? I almost had a heart attack. I guess I can be a little dramatic at times. Dramatique. I suppose it's the actor in me. Dramatique indeed. Anyway, I'm here to examine the plate on the table. Wait, are you looking for sleeping pills? Yeah, pal. Traces thereof. Oh, he's not gonna let me touch anything. I do feel bad for that poor assistant. Oop, brought me back. So you're looking for traces of the sleeping pills. How? For a thorough examination, I have to take the plate back to the precinct. But I have the capabilities to make a cursory examination here. A science guy gave me some tested solutions. What? You need a scientist to do that. You cannot just do this yourself. Like, you actually need someone who knows how to handle the chemicals. Because if you're testing for pH, even your own oils on your skin can mess up the test. Like, what? No. Well, Detective Gumshoe, what are you waiting for? Now, everything in due time, pal. I mean, that's not surprising. How goes your investigation? Tell you the truth, it's a real mess, pal. Some people think we should pursue the case we already have against Powers. And some people think we should switch suspects. What do you think, Detective Gumshoes? Well, pal, I hate to admit it, but I'm not sure I buy the case against Mr. Powers anymore. I feel kind of bad for Mr. Edgeworth, though. Why? How is Edgeworth doing anyway? Mr. Edgeworth's out of control. He was in the waiting room and he crushed this paper cup with a hot coffee in it. Whoa. Talk about burns, pal. The fury of Edgeworth, yeah, really. Yeah, crushing paper cups. Cups, bottles. Say, whatever happens with that empty bottle? Oh, the bottle of sleeping pills? Well, I got some good news for you about that. They found the victim Jack Hammer's prints on it. So that means... Yep, it sounds like the one who put Powers... Oh, wrong voice. Sleep was another other victim. Oh, hello. What are you doing here? I was just cleaning up the dressing room. I guess WP won't be using it anymore, so... Wait, what? Why? But WP's innocent. Yes, and I'm really grateful for all you've done. But this week is the last episode of The Steel Samurai. Oh, that's important information. No. Yes. On the day of the murder, he went to Studio 2. I thought he went to Studio 1. He stole the Steel Samurai costume, too. What? We still haven't found that costume. Why would wrong voice. Why would Mr. Hammer do something like that? Oh. I guess the rumor must be true, then. The rumor? Yeah, Miss Vakwas, the producer, had some kind of hold on Hammer. She had some dirt on him. He'd do anything she said, apparently. Some dirt? What dirt? Dirt. You know, bad stuff. I know what dirt means. About 5 years ago, they were filming a movie starring Mr. Hammer. They were using the new studio, Studio 2. Some sort of accident happened during the filming. After that, they never used Studio 2 again. They left the film set the way it was, too. That trailer part of the film set, then? What do you mean, the last Steel Samurai? I know it's a shock, but nothing can be done to save it now. Whoever really did kill Mr. Hammer also signed the Steel Samurai's death warrant. No. Also, I hear the Global Studio is going to change its programming. They're not going to be making kids shows anymore. What? Why? I don't know. It's sad, but that's what Global Studios decided. Why aren't they going to make kids shows anymore? Studio bigwigs don't want the Steel Samurai around anymore. They want to forget all this ever happened. They want it quiet, you understand? How can they just do that? What about all the kids who love the Steel Samurai? It's okay, I'm sure the kids will be fine. They'll find a new hero to follow. No, that can't be true. If the program just ends, they'll be heartbroken for sure. Say something. Yeah. I think evidence rather than words is called for here. Here, take a look at this. This is why you can't stop this. I'm sorry, I don't understand. Neither do I, Nick. So some adults can save face. I would think you would understand that better than anyone. You're right. Okay. But what can I do? Well, for starters, you can tell me something. Tell me about what it is Global Studios is so intent on hiding. Tell me about this incident 5 years ago. Okay. She was too forthcoming. Could you tell us what happened about 5 years ago? Well, I can tell you what I've heard. Apparently 5 years ago someone died and it was Hammer's fault. Someone died? It was an accident, of course. Anyway, the producer, Miss Vasquez, managed to hush it up. And that's the dirt she had on Mr. Hammer. And that's why Mr. Hammer would do anything Miss Vasquez asked him to? But it was an accident, right? Why didn't they just make it public? Well, you know, Mr. Hammer was a big star back then. They were afraid about what would happen to his career if word got out. I see. You know who knows more about this? Miss Oldbag. She was here at the studios back then, you know. Thanks, we'll try asking her. If she'll talk. It's a good point, if she even talks. What are you still slicking around? If you like the place so much, why don't you take a... Oh, I can't breathe. She really doesn't look... Everyone's doing their darnest to forget Hammer. Why do they think made Global Studios what it is today? Hammer. It's all due to Hammer. She started frothing. We should keep a safe distance. Gotta talk to her. I want to ask you about 5 years ago. Oh, she mad. Who told? Who did you hear that from? Nicholas! Nichols? Nicholas? Penny Nicholas? The assistant we talked to? Oh, right. Anyway, we heard about the incident. It was during filming with Jackhammer. He killed a man, didn't he? Whippersnappers? Dredging up dirt on someone's past like that and the recently departed, no less? I suppose you think this is fun. No, I'm just doing my job to protect Mr. Powers. And you claiming that Hammer stole Powers' costume? You expect me to believe that rubbish? Or do you have some kind of proof? I have proof. I can prove... Here's my proof. What's a little empty bottle supposed to prove? It's a bottle of sleeping pills. Mr. Hammer's fingerprints on it. What does that prove? I'm sure old Hammer had some sleepless nights. This. Well, yes, so this is the plate that he used to eat that steak. There are traces of sleeping pill powder on the plate. Oh, she's calm now. I see. Poor Hammer. You did wrong, Hammer. Rest your soul. Miss Oldbag? Okay, you win. I'll talk. I'm tired, see? Tired of holding it all in. Miss Oldbag. You're right. 5 years ago, there was an accident. A fatal accident. What's worse, a paparazzi took a photo of it. That photo, well, it caused quite a stir. And guess who made it all better? Vasquez. She has ties to the MAFIA. She silenced that paparazzi. That was the beginning. After that, she became a force to be reckoned with here at the studio. I see. But you have to understand, poor old Hammer never meant any harm to anyone. Miss Oldbag. Hold on a minute. Poor Miss Oldbag. Here, take this. A photograph? Wait a second. Yeah, what? I guess that's why that was bent, which is what I said. I knew there was a reason that was bent earlier. Oh, and he fell. Oof. But how did you get this? It was a long time ago. I don't feel much like talking about it. I understand. Oof. Mr. Hammer put on the Steel Samurai costume, then he left from here to go to Studio 2. Right? But why? Wonder if someone called him, like the director or the producer. Go outside Studio Gate 2. Of course she's here. Hello? Hello? Hi. A-L-L-O. To be fair, she hasn't been polite to us. I'm watching the clouds. And shush. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I'm watching the clouds. I'm not interested in talking to you. Do something, Nick. She's really ticking me off. Oh, dear. Mr. Powers wasn't the killer. You don't have to cancel the Steel Samurai. I think I'm tired of the Steel Samurai. You did it! Nick, she did it. She's the killer. My Fey blood speaks to me. I know it. I know it. I was wondering if you could tell me about Mr. Manella. If you must talk about that man, perhaps you could talk about it in the trailer. By yourselves. She's so useless. Getting that rare card she needed. I still don't trust her. The assistant. Should I show her what I saw? Where? What? Where did you get that? Old bag. What, old? Right, anyway. Miss Vasquez, you hid this incident from the press, didn't you? And you used it to control Mr. Hammer. The wind. Huh? It's gotten stronger, don't you think? The wind. Your conversation interests me. Let's talk about it more inside the trailer. You came. Well then, what was that you were talking about? You were using that accident. You were blackmailing Mr. Hammer. Oh, wrong voice. You were blackmailing Mr. Hammer so you could control him, weren't you? That's why he was doing kid shows for petty change. So I'm a blackmailer now? Well, that's what it is, wasn't it? I mean, sure, it was an accident, but you used it to drag Mr. Hammer down from his rightful place as a star. Oh? I haven't pulled anyone down from anywhere. Mr. Hammer's career went sour of its own accord. But you were the cause. You pressured him. And to think it was just an accident. Excuse me. What is this all about? You keep saying accident, accident. How are you so sure? What do you mean? Rumford. Must I spell everything out for you? Think. What would it be if it wasn't an accident? No. No way. You mean Mr. Hammer did it? On purpose? That is what I mean. Why is she nervous now? Where's your proof? Can you prove it? Just think. Would he have let me run his life for 5 years over a mere accident? And I ran him hard, believe you me. But the security lady said it was an accident. Oh? Well, she was a big fan of Hammer's, you see. She jumped on the reporter who brought that photo into the studio. She wrenched it out of his hand, she did. Gave him a few bruises, too. She's an old fool. Of course all the reporter would need is the negatives. He could have made a copy. But he didn't. The only copy of that photo is the one you hold. Give it to me now. What? This is valuable evidence. Boys. Oh, hello, Mafia people. Who are they? Professionals. They're good at erasing various things. What do you think? Would you like to be erased? What? The trial ends tomorrow. How unfortunate. It's a shame you'll have to miss it. Tell me why. Why do you want this photograph so badly? This is Mr. Hammer's dirt, no? Why would De Vaquez care about it at all? I'm sure you'll have plenty of time to think about that where you're going. So long, friends. Boys, erase away. No! Did I die? Am I dead? Oh, that's right. The detective was actually here for once. Hold it right there. I heard everything, pal. De Vaquez, you're coming down to the precinct with me now. Not bad. Very well. It appears this contest will be decided tomorrow then, in court. I'll be looking forward to it. Damn, I still really think it's the staff person, unless she ordered her to do it. Hey, you okay, pal? Sorry I was a little late with my entrance. I don't get many chances to practice that sort of thing. I mean, we owe you, Detective Gumshoes. We're alive because of you. Oh, Maya. Detective Gumshoes? Sorry, it's just, I've wanted to say that line ever since I became a detective. Oh, Gumshoe. I'm sure we'll run into each other again soon, probably in court. Well, Nick, it looks like we're getting close to the bottom of this. And who's at the bottom? De Vaquez. Ugh. So close. Today will be the final day of this trial. I hope both the prosecution and the defense will be able to present decisive evidence. Bleh. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. Your opening statement. In yesterday's... Wrong voice. Bleh. In yesterday's session, the defense presented us with a new theory for this case. He claims that the scene of the crime was in fact Studio 2. Today I will call on people present in Studio 2 trailer that day. From their testimonies, the truth will become clear. He definitely seems on edge today. The prosecution calls Miss D. Vequest to the stand. Miss D. Vequest is a producer who was present in the Studio 2 trailer that day. Will the witness state her name and occupation? D. Vequest. I am a producer for Global Studios. On the day of the murder, you were in the trailer in Studio 2. As everyone here knows, yes. I dislike needless banter. If you must pontificate, do it when I'm not here. Oof, Edgeworth is getting beaten in this trial. Very well, Miss Vasquez. Please give the court your testimony concerning the day of the murder. Nick, I know she did it. Make her pay. Right. If she's guilty, I'll catch her with her pants down, so to speak. "12 sharp. It ended at 4. There was to be a rehearsal afterwards, so we went to Studio 1. I was fatigued, so I had Sal take me. At 2:30, we took a 15-minute break in the meeting." That was the wrong voice. "Sal and I ate T-bone steaks on the table in front of the trailer. We found Hammer's body later when we all went to Studio 1. That's all." I have a question about one part of your testimony. You were fatigued, so you had Sal take you? Did he carry her? The van. There's a van at Studio 2. I had him take me in that. I thought it might be risky to walk, what with that monkey's head toppling over. I see. Very well, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination. By yourself? Yes. And you didn't stop in the employee area? No. Yes. Fair enough. Did no one leave during the meeting? No one. Come on, let's talk a bit more about that. The witness did not come here to engage in idle conversation. Stop interrupting the testimony. The same could be said to you, Mr. Edgeworth. And please stop banging on your little desk. It hurts my ears. Oh, poor Edgeworth. Feel bad for him on this one. And when exactly was that? I've forgotten. Maybe you could try remembering? No. The meeting ended at 4, and the rehearsal was scheduled for 5. I would think it was between those times. Alright, so we knew that part. And what were you doing during that time? Don't hit your desk. It irritates me. As Edgeworth does it right back. Yeah, Mr. Wright. It was a 15-minute break. Sal and I ate T-bone steaks on the table in front of the trailer. Oh, oops. One person is enough. Kind of contradiction. After the meeting in the trailer. Let's save. I'm not really sure at the moment where she's lying. So let's see if we could find that out. A little before noon, she entered the trailer. A little before noon. So it ended at 4. Maybe? There was supposed to be a rehearsal afterwards, so we went to Studio 1. Nah. Yeah, I'm sorry, my guy. I'm having issues finding holes in her story for this one. She entered the trailer a little bit before noon. After the meeting in the trailer. She's fatigued. We could try presenting this. Oof, I'm in trouble. Do I have any evidence that she didn't eat it? What's this now, Mr. Wright? Large bone has been left behind. Okay. Mr. Wright, need I remind you it was a T-bone steak? Exactly my point. Remember, if you will, Miss Vasquez and Mr. Manella ate at a table outside the trailer. Yeah, theirs didn't have any bones on it. Ooh, that face. Miss Vasquez? Tell me, how can a person eat a T-bone steak and not leave the bone? I think I know how. During that break, you took your steak and threw it somewhere, like the incinerator. I see. Then what was Miss Vasquez doing during her break? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? She was meeting with the Steel Samurai. Are you saying? Yes, Your Honor. As Miss Vasquez left the trailer to eat her steak, she ran into the Steel Samurai. And then you did it. You killed him with your own hands. Isn't that a little presumptuous? What kind of stunt are you trying to pull? Wrong voice. What kind of stunt are you trying to pull, right? Let him claim what he wants. You say I did it. Yes. Fascinating. And here I was worrying that today would be as boring as all the rest. Very well. Let us have a battle of wits, you and I. Oof. Let's see. What was that murder weapon again? Oh, yes, the samurai spear. Yes. I am, as you can see, a woman of petite stature. How could I possibly use that heavy spear as a weapon? Let's save this. I mean, it could have been that they both did it. Pretty much anyone would. You see? Yes. However, that has no bearing on this case. Meaning, the samurai spear was not the murder weapon. Fair enough. What is the meaning of this? The spear was found lying next to the... That means nothing. Was there blood on it? I can prove that the samurai spear was not used as the murder weapon. No? What? That's cruel. The so-called murder weapon. Not so fast. Remember that the spear broke during the morning action scene run-through. But someone fixed the spear. It was the security lady. She fixed it with duct tape. Now tell me, how is it possible for someone to stab a man who's wearing a thick costume with this through the chest? Order, order. Mr. Wright, what are you driving at? Think about what you're... Silence. Ooh, wrong. I'm close enough. I'm the one testifying here, and I will be heard. Roach Edgeworth. Are you quite sane? Are you even aware of what you're saying? If the samurai spear was not the murder weapon, then pray tell what was. How was Hammer killed? Well, Mr. Wright, can you tell us what weapon was used to kill Mr. Hammer? Be unfounded, Mr. Wright. Very well, let's see what this murder weapon then. The murder weapon? It's not the spear again. Is it the because there was 2 spears, right? So am I just presenting this again? Oh, I am missing something for sure right now. Could it be the large bone? Ah. She is so disappointed on me. I'm not making it any better, Maya. Oh, it could be the thing again. Why, that's Jack Hammer standing at the top of the stairs. If I cannot have order, this trial will be suspended. Mr. Wright, what is this all about? This photograph is from 5 years ago. There was an unfortunate accident at Global Studios. This is the photo of that very accident. Not a word of this was leaked to the outside. It was a close-kept secret at the studios. What does this have to do with the current case? Mr. Edgeworth, you still can't see it? See the fallen man in this photo? See how the fence posts pierce him through the test? What are you saying? Happened again. It's 2:30 p.m. on the day of the murder. Miss D. Vaquez meets Jack Hammer outside the Studio 2 trailer. Then she did it. She pushed Mr. Hammer off the stairs onto the fence. Just like Mr. Hammer had himself done 5 years ago. Though whatever she did, whether she did it on purpose or by accident, I cannot say. In other words, the victim, Mr. Hammer, he died in the same way that he caused another man to die. 5 years ago. I don't even know what that voice was at the end. Precisely. Ironic, isn't it? Oh, very creative, very creative, Mr. Wright. I could use a man like you on my script writing staff. You deny that what I say is true? Mr. Wright, let's say for the sake of argument that Hammer died at the trailer as you say. Yet the body was found at Studio 1, was it not? And in the evil magistrate's costume, no less. Are you then claiming that I carried the body to Studio 1 and returned to the trailer all in the space of a 15-minute break? How could I have disposed of the body? The break in the meeting at the trailer lasted... The break in the meeting at the trailer lasted 15 minutes from 2:30 to 2:45. Could Jack Hammer have been pushed off the stairs to his death, then carried to Studio 1 and placed inside the costume? There wasn't enough time. Well, Mr. Wright, could she have dealt with the body? For instance... Actually, for that matter, there was no need for her to do the deed in 15 minutes. And there was a way for you to carry that body. Interesting. Let's hear it, then. Mr. Wright, please show us how she carried the body. Miss Vaquez, you carried the body to Studio 1, and you used the studio's van to do it. Recall your testimony. There was to be a rehearsal afterwards, so we went to Studio 1. I was fatigued, so I had Sal take me. There was a van there, right? I had Sal drive me. You used the van to carry the body to Studio 1. Then before everyone else could got there, you put the body into the magistrate costume. Hold on, right? Don't forget it was Salmonella that drove the van. Are you suggesting that Mr. Manella was a conspirator? Of course he was. Of course Salmonella has to been a conspirator. The body had to be placed in the van and put into the costume. There's no way Miss Vasquez could have done that alone. Also, don't forget that they had to dispose of Steel Samurai's costume. They had to because it was covered in Mr. Hama's blood. They probably burned it in the same... Wrong voice. Completely. They probably burned it in the small incinerator. Well, Miss Vasquez, shall I continue? No need. You're smarter than you look, Mr. Wright. I lose. You win. It was fun. I like how nobody knows what to do with that. Like, they're not sure that she just admitted it. That she's guilty. Don't you have anything to say? What would you like me to say? I lost? Something like that? I just said that. Wait, so you mean? D. Vasquez, so it was you. You killed Jack Hammer. Who can say? Huh? Are you sure I did? Mr. Wright, we just engaged in a battle of wits. And the results of that battle, you proved the possibility that I murdered Hammer. Right. But that is only a possibility. Proof is another thing altogether. You lack decisive proof, Mr. Wright. What? I agree. Mr. Edgeworth, your thoughts? I'm with you. Like what? Of course, it's as the witness says. Certainly, it does not seem very likely she did it, but, there's no proof. Edgeworth isn't sure. Well, I came here as a witness today. If you no more questions, I'll be leaving. I'd like you to testify again. Again? Know when to give up, Mr. Wright. Think about it. Even if I were to testify again, what's the point? I can only say what I said before, the truth, Mr. Wright. I've already said all there is to say. What would happen if I said it again? You'd ask the same questions, get the same answers. A waste of time. Did she get away with it? Edgeworth? I was hoping to come up with a question while I was objecting, Your Honor. What is happening? I see, very well. What? Your Honor, I request that the witness testify again. You are the prosecutor, are you not? Why are you badgering me? I'm your witness. Oop, wrong voice. I like mixed both of those voices together. I just want to hear your testimony again. Does this make any sense, Your Honor? I don't see that we have anything to gain by repeating the last several minutes. Mr. Edgeworth, I too see little point in making Miss Vasquez repeat herself. What exactly did you want her to testify about? Well, yes, Indeed, verily, I say, ego. I want to hear about what happened after they found the body. After they found the body. Very well. The witness will testify to the court concerning this matter. Why did Edgeworth? Who knows? He probably realized she did it too. But wasn't he the one that said he always gets a guilty verdict? After all that, I mean, I guess he still wants a guilty verdict, just with her. I don't know. I don't know what's really up with Edgeworth. Definitely something happened in the past between them. I was with Sal and Oldbag, the security lady, when we found the body. So was there too. Only Powers was absent. I immediately called the police, then Powers showed up. The security lady, Oldberg, was quite agitated, pointing at Powers, saying he did it. I asked to be left out of the proceedings. I went back to the trailer to get my script and direction notes. Well, you didn't have the script. That's a lie. On the spot, she's sure to fall. Well, one's for sure. She definitely didn't have the script with her. Yes, they're quite valuable. I wouldn't do to have them stolen. Wait a second. I thought you came to Studio One for a rehearsal. Why didn't you bring your script and notes? Well, I was under the impression that we wouldn't be able to rehearse anything. Why? There was a murder, after all. Who could think of rehearsing after that, but you didn't know? Yeah. Your Honor, I have an objection to the witness's last statement. Yeah, it doesn't. She would have had to know it was murdered. Miss Vakwa said she didn't bring the script because there wouldn't be a rehearsal. Don't you see what that means? She would have had to know about the murder before going to Studio One. Yeah, you should have picked that up. Phoenix. I forgot his name for a second. That's bad. Order! Mr. Edgeworth. Oop, wrong voice. What have you just said? Is a reasonable observation. However, I find it hard to understand why the prosecution would make such a move. Or are you thinking of a career change to defense? I appreciate the concern, Your Honor. I will stand by my statement, however, regardless of how the court sees my role here. Now, Miss Vasquez, do you have an explanation? So the prosecution is in cahoots with the defense? What kind of court is this? No matter. I think you misunderstood me. I had a perfectly good reason to believe there would be no rehearsal. Very well, the witness will change her testimony to reflect this reason. I knew that Hammond was injured and couldn't do any action scenes, so I left them behind. How did you know about the injury? How did I know? Sal. He told me. Yes, they're quite valuable. It wouldn't do to have them stolen. Okay, so this is what we just did. Alright, so we did this. Alright, let's save. Seemed that everyone else was questioned. I'm really not fond of that sort of thing. They were nice enough to understand that since we were in a meeting, there was no way we could have been involved. Thus they covered for us. Why did the security lady think Powers had done it? Said because she saw him going towards the studio. Did the detective arrest Mr. Powers based solely on the security lady's word? Perhaps not. She seems to have also given the detective that photograph. Of course I heard all of this after the fact. I think that might be wrong. Because I think he was still sleeping. Sorry I'm late. Only Powers was absent. Did no one go to call him? Remember. Remember what? For you personally, I expect you to be calm, considering you are super chill right now. Yeah. Right? Wouldn't that be the other way around? You discovered a murdered body and one person was missing, right? Wouldn't you normally go looking for the missing person? I have to agree with the fence on this one. Well, Miss Vasquez? Logically speaking, perhaps, but no one there was thinking very logically, I assure you. Also, without his steel samurai costume, Powers doesn't really stand out. We often left him on the bus when shooting at location. No one noticed he was missing. I do feel bad for Powers. Well, I suppose that explains that. Very well, Miss Vasquez, you may continue. See, that part also doesn't make sense. We were to meet at 5 for the rehearsal, so I'd say it was then. When exactly did you and Mr. Manella arrive at the studio? About 10 minutes before. I wasn't stuffing any bodies into costumes, mind you. Where were the other employees when you got to the studio? They weren't there yet. That's a lie. Well, then you could have put Hammer in that costume with Salmonella's help. Oh? What did I just say? Did I not just say I wasn't stuffing any bodies into any costumes? You should try to listen to what people are saying, boy. The witness will continue her testimony. Hmm. I'm not really sure on this one. Nah, my guy. We're grasping at straws right now. Only Powers was absent. W. Powers is that guy. Let's see. Only Powers was absent. Then Powers showed up. She did cause a ruckus, but we know she didn't do it. And what evidence can help us here? So that sentence keeps bothering me. She went back to the trailer to get her script and direction notes. I don't know why that one bothers me so much. So I left them behind. But how did you know if he went to Studio 2? Right, that part. Oh, that's fair. It was Will Powers. Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Yes, Mr. Hammer is dragging his leg in this photo, but that's because he was pretending to be Mr. Powers. Pretending? One person was injured in the run-through that morning. That person was Mr. Powers, not Mr. Hammer. Now, why did you think it was Mr. Hammer who was injured? It's true. I already said it. It was Sal who told me. That's right. He must have gotten it wrong. I think not. Mr. Manila was at the run-through that morning. He would have known it was Mr. Powers who was injured. He saw it happen. Why would he tell you the wrong person? Miss Vasquez. You saw Mr. Hammer limping with your own eyes. Was dragging his leg too. He was pretending to be Mr. Powers. And when he was doing this, well, it would have to have been after he put on the Steel Samurai costume and went to Studio 2 where he was murdered. Exactly. Miss Vasquez, you met him, didn't you? You saw the Steel Samurai limping. And Mr. Hammer was in the Steel Samurai suit. That's why you were confused. That's why you thought it was Mr. Hammer who had been injured that morning. Can you refute this claim? Very well. I have a question for you. So, they're good at it. Why in the world would I want Mr. Hammer dead? Yes, he'd fallen on hard times, but he was a star. I had nothing to gain from his death. Nothing. Yes, you would need a motive. Why would she have killed the victim? I have proof and I'll show it to you. This photo reveals the motive in this murder. I'm right, aren't I, Miss Vasquez? 5 years ago, Mr. Hammer was at the height of his fame. With D. Vasquez's help, a terrible accident was swept under the carpet. Ladies and gentlemen, the case currently up for trial. It began on that day 5 years ago. Ironically enough, that accident precipitated Mr. Hammer's fall, his fall from stardom. His guilt weighed him down, no doubt. However, you, D. Vasquez, used Mr. Hammer. You made him work for you for petty change. Bringing us to the present day and Mr. Hammer's last role as the evil magistrate. Yes, undoubtedly it was a consistent source of shame for the ex-star. One moment, Mr. Wright. We are talking about motives here, yet you have only talked about Mr. Hammer. Almost seems as if it was Mr. Hammer who had killed D. Vasquez, not the other way around. What motive would Miss Vasquez have? Yes, that's right. According to what you say, I would have had no reason to kill Mr. Hammer. He was a good source of income for me. And I never get rid of useful men. It's a policy of mine. Oh, God. I am really grasping at straws during this whole case for this one. Wasn't her motive... I don't think I have concrete evidence. This is my proof. I feel like I'm wrong. Oh, I'm in trouble. She had no motive, Your Honor. What's that now? It was Mr. Hammer who was out for blood. All Miss Vasquez did was push him off the stairs in self-defense. Mr. Hammer was intending to kill Miss Vasquez. What? What? These are actually very complicated cases. This is interesting. Jack Hammer drugged Mr. Powers with sleeping pills. Jack Hammer snuck into the dressing room and stole the steel samurai costume. Wore the costume to fool the security lady into thinking he was Powers. Then Jack Hammer made his way to the trailer. And for what purpose, you ask? To kill Dee Vasquez, who had so cruelly taken advantage of him over all these years. Ooh, she broke it. She was that frustrated. So you did do it, didn't you? Yes, I am guilty. It was me. It was an accident. Mr. Hammer was doing an action scene and... No, Manuel. Was that like her husband or boyfriend? Congratulations, Mr. Wright. I lose again. In the waiting lobby, Your Honor, as calm and collected as ever. I see, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. It appears you have brought about yet another miracle. I thank you, Your Honor? I think not, Your Honor. Will Powers was innocent. That he should be found so is only natural, not a miracle. Yes, you're right. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Will Powers, not guilty. That is all. This court is adjourned. I don't know what to say. Thank you so much. I'm just glad you're okay. Yes, but it's sad. I know now that Mr. Hammer stole my costume. It's bad enough that he wanted to kill Miss Vasquez. He was going to frame you. Oh, yeah, he was. Tell me why, Mr. Wright. Huh? Tell me. Why did Mr. Hammer want to blame me? Do I have... Put the blame on you. Ooh, wrong one. Probably because he used the star. Mr. Hammer was a big star once, but he was reduced to acting in a kid's show, and as the villain to boot. Wait, this is such the wrong voice right now. Blech. The kid loved the Steel Samurai, and so he hated you. I think I understand. He could have just told me. I would have changed places with him any time. You're definitely missing the point. Thank you. I'm just glad it's all over. So am I. Congratulations, WP. Oh? Thanks to you, I'll be able to don the Steel Samurai... Oh my God, it's canceled. I don't know how to tell you this. Who's gonna tell him? Oh no, Will. No, of course not. Nick! Edgeworth! Say something, right? I'm not good at small talk. What? That was too bad, Edgeworth. You don't waste any time gloating, do you? No, I really want to thank you. Vasquez would have gone away if you hadn't stepped in. Pleased to meet you. I'm Powers. Edgeworth. Is he a big fan? He watches it. I did not expect Edgeworth to watch the show. I'm a big fan of yours work, Mr. Powers. You could like it, you never know. Right. I must say I hadn't expected to meet you again after all these years. Meet again? However, in retrospect, it would have been better had we not met. Thanks to you, I am saddled with unnecessary feelings. Is this why there's a lot of, like, slash fiction between these two? These interactions? Unnecessary I can't, now that I said this out loud. Unnecessary feelings. Yes, uneasiness. I could see this whole scene being part of a chapter on, like, fanfiction.net. Aren't those kind of unnecessary? They only serve to get in my way. You listen to me, Phoenix Wright. Don't ever show your face in front of me again. That's what I came here to tell you. I'm coming to bed soon, Paco. I'm at the last chapter. Go to bed, sweetheart. Mr. Wright? Was that guy your friend? Could be a lover. You never know at this point with the way that went. They're rivals, right, Nick? For now we are, I guess. Why do I get the feeling I'm missing something? Come on, Nick, tell me. What's the deal with you and Edgeworth? Oh, are we going into backstory now? And so the curtain closed on another trial. I caused quite the stir by revealing that accident from 5 years ago. It was the talk of the town. Thankfully, Global Studios rethought its programming change. They went back to make... they made it! Again. Oh god, Pink Princess. Oh no. Alright, come here. Come here, little buddy. Oh, come here. I'll admit I was kind of surprised. I didn't think they'd seriously go through with it. With that director, yeah. You have to buy trading cards too, okay? We have to trade with Cody and that assistant. Fine. I'll do it. Isn't it great that WT gets to play he's playing the lead? I wonder if they'll show his real face this time. I don't know about that one. I don't think the world's ready for the real Will Powers. Not as Pink Princess. Oh, I actually feel a little bad for Edgeworth in this photo. Little intro to next time. It's been, what, 15 years? About that, yes. 15 years is a long time to wait. You can't imagine how much I've suffered. You've suffered? But now, the perfect opportunity has presented itself. I'm in, like, court mode. At last, I shall have my revenge. Oh no, is that... What? Oh. Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. Oh, super dead. Edgeworth? Oh? December 25th, 10:08 a.m. Brighton Co. Law Offices. Alright, well, I'm going to be saving. And my poor little puppy demands that I go hang out with him and we either go to sleep or watch TV. So, go back to the title screen. Thank you all for coming out tonight and watching me play Ace Attorney Trilogy. This is actually very fun, and the court processes are very interesting in trying to maneuver them. It's definitely there's a lot of evidence tampering and chain of custody that's kind of ignored, but it's definitely an interesting game. Catch me again Wednesday night. Everybody have a great night. Say goodbye, Paco. Oh.